They fixed it. Okay. Welcome everyone out for today's study session. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 9:07 a.m. We're going to begin with our moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Moving right along, we're going to move to 3.1, academic. Oh, actually, did you want to welcome? Sorry.
Thank you, President Proffitt. Good morning, everybody. So I just wanted to take a brief moment before we dive into our study session items this morning. And of course, this is a precursor to a special meeting a little bit later this afternoon. So the first thing I just wanted to say is thank you to our board. Appreciate not only your attention within the space that we have in front of us today, but have really valued your efforts toward continued understanding and to a very close attention to everything that we have in front of us. I also just wanted to briefly address my apologies for the misunderstanding related to our timeframes. So thank you for your flexibility with that. And as you know, we'll be rolling through this study session for likely the next 3-ish hours. And that'll then give us an opportunity to take a break leading up to our special meeting, which will commence at 1:30. And as you know, the agenda items that we have in front of there will first allow us an opportunity to convene an executive session. So looking forward to that opportunity, as well as in the action items that have been presented. So regarding the study session items themselves, we have 4 items that we thought were most appropriate for us to spend some time with. So we are going to kick off here in a moment with Dr. Hernandez and Aaron Gonzalez related to our academic achievement update. That will give you a really good sense of where we've been or where we landed at the end of this last academic year. And that will really set the stage for then as we talk more about the draft superintendent goals, and that'll be on the heels of our last June governing board retreat, and then some updates related to academic performance that we are working toward setting, as well as the goals in more detail. So that will then set the stage for a conversation that I don't think we've had yet in regards to the superintendent evaluation, the tool, the process, and different components therein. And then lastly, we have an opportunity to hear a brief overview and update related to our strategic plan, and Mr. Merlino will help lead us through that portion of our agenda. So again, just want to welcome you all. Thank you again. Thank you to our guests and to our cabinet. And without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Hernandez.
Good morning, President Proffitt, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to join you this morning to share information about our proficiency results on the 2023-24 AASA and ACT state assessments. Usually, the Arizona Department of Education provides us with our proficiency data and our growth data by early July. This year, we do not have our growth data, so today's presentation will be just the proficiency component. And if you'll remember from our time together in our previous academic achievement presentations, we've talked about growth being the other side of the story, which gives us the opportunity to reflect on a child's entire year of progress. So today we'll just be looking at proficiency data, which is really the bar of proficiency and higher, and the percentage of students that reach that expectation. And then at a later date, we'll share with the board the growth information that we receive from the state. So today, we'll be looking at our high school ACT assessment, which is the data collected from our 11th graders, usually in April of each year, along with our AASA data, which is grades 3 through 8, also administered in April, that have English language arts and math in it for today. So today, we'll be looking at the most aggregate view of the data to reflect how all of our students performed. And then we'll begin to disaggregate the data to get into smaller subsets of students. So we'll be breaking it down by content area and grade level. We'll then look at a view of our lowest performing band of students, which will be new for us to look at. And then we'll look at subgroup performance. And then when we complete the elementary, we'll be looking at our targeted school improvement subgroup of schools as well. So we'll conclude our data session together with a deeper, high-level look at the strategies that we're using to bring about rapid improvement in student achievement. So as we begin, let's think about our 36,000 students that will be joining us on August 7th and who they are. Those of you who have been parents, you know Boo-hoo, Yahoo, that first day of kindergarten where maybe as a mom, I might be on the Boo-hoo side. But as a mom of a senior this year, those roles are reversed. And so when we think about the Boo-hoo, Yahoo first day of school, these are the children who are our future. They are beautiful, they are intelligent, and they are going to shape tomorrow for us. In Peoria Unified, our students make up a population of about 42% who qualify for free and reduced lunch. Our students represent 14% as students with disabilities. Our children are representing 4% of gifted, but I'll tell you, that's half of what the state of Arizona identifies. So we need to take a look at our gifted identification processes and whatnot, because there's just no way in my mind that Peoria Unified doesn't have the share of gifted children. And then also, when we consider our language learners, they're making up about 5% of our student population. So those students are beautiful, wonderful, intelligent, prepared to shape tomorrow. That's what our work is about. So we'll go ahead and begin with the 2024 results for our high school ACT by reviewing the historical trend data. So the graph that we're looking at first shows the percentage of students considered proficient on the ACT. The green line represents English language arts, and the blue line represents math. While there are increases noted from 2017 through 2024, it can be seen that math is slowly rising, while this year's English language arts experienced a slight dip in performance of students scoring proficient or above. At the conclusion of the 23-24 school year, all of our school leaders participated in a protocol for data analyses that was put on by the Student and Academic Services Leadership Team. Our high school leaders began analysis process at that time to unpack the strategies that are contributing towards seeing that increase in math, while also beginning to unpack what is it that they need to be working on with their school leadership teams and their teachers on understanding where did our students struggle on the English language arts component. So that is work that is well underway with our school leaders, their school leadership teams, and their teachers as they begin the school year. So now we'll begin that disaggregated view of the ACT data. So this is our 2023-24 ACT proficiency. As defined by the Arizona Department of Education, to be considered proficient on the ACT for math, students must score at least a 19. The proficiency for ELA is a combination of the English portion of the test, the reading portion, and the writing test together. So that percentage that we see there for math from 23 to 24 on the left and ELA on the right for 23-24. So while we don't have the state averages from ADE yet, from that 23 to 24, we do see an increase in the students scoring proficient above, rising slightly with math. And then we do see that, as I mentioned, decline for our English language arts performance. And so as we've begun to disaggregate those scores with our school leaders, we know it was the English portion, that sub-test of the ACT, that seemed to give our students the most challenging aspects of when they were completing that test. So when we look at what we're doing in the classroom, our principals, our assistant principals, instructional coaches are all focused on what is it about that particular section where we need to map back to what we're using in our curriculum and what we're using for instructional strategies that will provide better supports for our teachers to close up those gaps in learning so we see a greater performance on that particular subtest. So this next view is the view that's new for you. So as a district, our district and leadership teams are looking to develop more effective strategies to reach all students. So we're looking closely at how well we're supporting the students struggling the most. So in order to increase the percentage of students scoring proficient and highly proficient, we need to understand what is happening with minimally proficient and partially proficient, because acquiring those skills to move up to become proficient, that's what we need to know to move that. So we've begun looking at our performance of the lowest band, the minimally proficient. So the observed trend for English language arts is positive in that we see the percentage of students scoring in that lowest descriptor dropping. And that is what we want to see. We want to see that number going down because that means we are having more students move into the upper bands leading toward proficiency and high proficiency. And then on the right, we see math as a really great example of that happening. And that is what we want to see with fewer students scoring in that band, more students scoring in the upper bands. So as we continue to disaggregate the data, we'll look at accountability measures. And now we'll review the subgroups that fall under those accountability areas. So we've looked at the historical trends, we've looked at our data by content area, we've looked at our minimal proficient, and now we'll continue to further disaggregate into subgroups. So if you'll recall from our time together, the subgroup data is part of both federal accountability and Arizona state accountability. So these systems require that we look at this data and understand how all subgroups of students, again, that disaggregated view, are performing. So for the 2024 administration of ACT, for English language arts, the performance is on the left with math on the right, and we still see those achievement gaps between our white, Hispanic, and black students in both ELA and math, with the greatest gap occurring for our black students in math. Similarly, we see our special populations with ELA on the left and math on the right. And as discussed before, students who are learning English are performing lower than students with cognitive disabilities, underscoring our urgency to continue to evaluate our total programs for English language acquisition along with students with disabilities. And we need to consider all things, staffing models, curricular resources, and classroom instruction, just to name a few. This work is well underway through ADE's oversight of our corrective action plan for our language learners. You'll recall in November through March, the state visited us for their statutorily required EL program audit, and the results of those audit led to that additional assistance in supporting us and improving our practices for our English learners. And I'll talk more at the conclusion of our presentation about what some of that work looks like right now. So that concludes the review of our high school proficiency data, and we'll now transition into the AASA, which again is grades 3 through 8, and will follow the same pattern of disaggregation. So first, here is our historical trend for math, which is the blue line, and ELA green line, which shows slight but steady increases in the percentage of students who are scoring proficient and highly proficient. So as a district, we're still working to close the gap from 2017, which does include the experience of learning loss through those pandemic years. Still looking to recover from some of those areas. So as we continue to disaggregate, in this view, we see comparisons from 23 to 24. The 23 data is green, 24 is blue, and the red line is the state's proficiency. And I want to pause for a moment here as we look at the percentage of students scoring proficient and highly proficient, and note that every grade level in math in Peoria Unified is outperforming the state's percentage of students scoring proficient or higher. And that is significant. Sometimes we tend to forget, we're so focused on the areas we need to improve, that there are wonderful things happening. We have teachers doing amazing things, helping children reach that full potential all the way through our system. And this is one great example. And yes, we have work to do, but this is a great example to see that in math, all of our grade levels continue to outperform the state. So in 2024, we do see mixed results for math, with grades 3 through 5 improving, grades 4 and 6 experiencing slight decline, and then grades 7 and 8 remaining stable. And I do want to, before we move to ELA, mention this is not cohort data. These are different groups of kids each year. So when we see that improvement from one group of students in 3rd grade to a different group of students, that is significant. It's not the same students progressing year across as they grow, but students start each school year in all different places, and to see the strength of instruction in the lower grades manifesting in those grades and entering 3rd grade, 4th grade stronger than the year before, that is an incredible testament to the work that our teachers do every day. So again, for ELA proficiency, green 2023, blue 2024, red being the state, We do see a continuing trend of scoring above the state average for all tested grade levels here in ELA, but we do have the same mixed results from 23 to 24. We see increases in proficiency and highly proficient in grades 5, 7, and 8, with a slight decrease for grade 6, and then we see with grades 3 and 4 being stable from year to year. And then here's that new view that we also looked at. So as we reviewed with the ACT data, students score across the 4 bands, beginning with minimally proficient, partially proficient, proficient, and highly proficient. And while we saw high school ACT minimally proficient students moving into higher bands, we have an opportunity with our elementary to better focus on the skills those students need to be able to accelerate their learning towards achieving proficiency, as both math and ELA show very little movement with this particular subset of students scoring at that minimally proficient level. So that is an area of focus that we are working on from a data analysis standpoint and how that transitions into becoming effective practices in our classrooms. And then just as with high school, the achievement gaps for elementary tested grades are similar for both ELA and math across the subgroup performances. Also similar to high school, our special population subgroups performance remains a priority for improvement. Again, noting our language learners are struggling the most. We see a slight decline from 2023 with our language learners losing 1% of students scoring at proficient or both higher, and then in both math and ELA, while our student disabilities in ELA remain stable in math. Students eligible for free and reduced lunch increased 3% more points of students scoring proficient or higher in language arts, but had a slight decline in math. So as we've concluded the review of our AASA 2024 assessment results for all of our schools, we're now going to continue to disaggregate and look at all of our schools who have been identified as TSI. So we last spoke about TSI in our November session together and in our January session together. So let's do just a brief review of what TSI means. So as part of federal accountability, Arizona is required to report subgroup performance. Schools with subgroups performing at that lowest 5% in the state of Arizona are identified for targeted support and intervention, TSI. And after 4 years of being identified as TSI, if the improvement expectations are not met, schools are then monitored directly by the Arizona Department of Education in CSI, which is Comprehensive Support and Improvement. So during the last round of identification, the fall of 2022, with the previous round being the fall of 2018, Peoria Unified had 19 schools identified as TSI. However, with significant work on the part of our leaders and our teachers, 10 of those schools exited TSI. So that leaves us with the remaining 9 schools at the conclusion of the 23-24 school year. So data from the 24 AASA test will be used to determine how many of those 9 schools will either move to CSI or be exited. We anticipate receiving that information in October. So at this time, we are aware that Santa Fe Elementary did not meet the criteria, which is 2 consecutive years, one of those 4 criteria for improvement. So it is our expectation that that particular school will move to CSI simply because that one criteria wasn't met within the 4-year span. But we'll wait to confirm until we see that data in October from the state. So for our time today, we'll review the performance for the subgroups identified for our TSI schools. So with ELA on the left and math on the right, this is the percentage of students scoring proficient or higher by TSI subgroup. So it's the subgroup identified for the schools, which in 9 of our schools is students with disabilities, with 1 of our schools identified for African American students. So in just the 9 TSI schools from 23 to 24, our students with disabilities proficient or higher remained stable. Our school with African American students identified as the subgroup, and because of the number of students, we are unable to share that data in order to protect student privacy. But we can see that data for math with both groups demonstrating improvement from 23 to 24. So as you are aware, the strategies to support urgency in increasing student achievement at these particular sites are very important. One of those strategies has been to involve an executive director for school improvement. So I have Mrs. Gonzalez with us here today, and she's going to join us to talk about the high quality, high impact work in her short time that she's been working specifically with these 9 schools. So I'd like to turn it over to Mrs. Gonzalez.
All right, good morning, President Proudfit, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. I have had the distinct honor and privilege to work and support with our schools out in the field to kind of move the needle and get the ball rolling on this work. And so I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning and share some information around the scope of the work and the support for our TSI schools. As we support our schools, we've maintained a focus on system leadership, talent management, support and accountability, and instructional infrastructure. In order to truly understand and get to know the needs of the schools that I've been supporting, and to keep a focus on leadership and a lens for accountability, I've spent the last several months taking time to meet with the administration and key members of the campus leadership teams at each of the schools that I've been able to support. Through that work and getting to know kind of the nuances on each campus, the climate, culture, levels of experience of each of the teachers, we were able to tier the schools out from there, and then we met with each school on a weekly or a bi-weekly schedule. Been fortunate to visit with a lot of you guys on those campuses as well, so you've been in the trenches with me, and I do appreciate that support. At each of the meetings that we worked with in our TSI schools, it was a combination of site administrators, key leadership team members, and we would usually work through kind of a systematic approach in our time together. We engaged in classroom walkthroughs to see that instruction in action. We then were able to kind of take what we're seeing in the classrooms and then identify specific professional development needs. And then I was able to help and support the site administration, instructional coaches to plan for those professional development sessions. So very much targeted on what we're seeing in real time in the classrooms. We then could also look specifically at instructional strategies based on the needs of the students and the staff. So for example, if we're monitoring the classrooms and we're seeing a need for student engagement, then we would work to craft some site professional development around the area of engagement. Oftentimes doing run-throughs with the site administrators, practicing being there on those days when they delivered that, and helping them really with a true cycle of professional development where they would implement, then go through and kind of walk the classrooms to check for the implementation, scoreboard, if you will, on how they're doing with that implementation, and then engage in reteaching. And so we did see quite a bit of success with growing our teachers and their capacity in those particular instructional strategies. In addition, every time we met, we looked at whatever local or district data that the administrative team had. So could have been short cycle assessments the teachers were giving and analyzing through their PLCs, could have been district assessment data, but we identified trends. We looked specifically at our subgroup populations and our specialized populations to ensure that they were remaining on track in terms of achievement. And then again, we would have those discussions around alignment. Are the teachers teaching specifically the identified curriculum, which is aligned to our state standards? How deeply are the teachers understanding their content? Sometimes even pulling teachers into small groups to kind of help bulk up what their understanding is of the content standards. Without that laser-like focus on alignment to our content standards, we can't ensure that our students will get there. So we've been talking a lot about alignment. If you ask those 9 schools what my soapbox is, it's always content and alignment. We always talked too about pacing. As we know, there is so much for our teachers to cover in a school year and to make sure that our students are developing that mastery of learning. And so we talked through how do we know as a site administrator or an instructional coach where our teachers are in pacing, and then how do we come up with a plan if we have maybe some newer teachers who might be a little bit behind pacing wise where they need to be, help them fill in those instructional gaps, those content gaps, and really especially their January through April we're talking tight focus and alignment to those content standards. So helping those new teachers understand how do we get it all in so that our kiddos, our students are ready to shine on the state assessment. Another key component of the TSI status is chronic absenteeism. We all know that when our students aren't present in the classrooms, they're not able to close those achievement gaps. So we were able to collect student attendance data and then monitor very specifically for students that were falling into that chronic absenteeism rate, which would be missing 10% of the school days or more. From there, we again tiered out our approach and were able to work specifically with teachers to support kids coming to school. So it might be reaching out to the family to say, is everything okay? How are things going? Might be making sure that those kids have that one caring adult to check in with. And so through monitoring, through sharing our chronic absenteeism data and our attendance data with the community, we did see an improvement in that area as well. And then, of course, every time we met, we had such an important time to collaborate together as administrators, problem solving, troubleshooting in real time, what's coming up, what's happening, again, circling back to the professional development needs on the campus, and then always kind of ending and sort of capping off our time together with a real sort of look into our talent management, meaning how are our teachers doing? What are we doing to retain our teachers? What's the climate and culture like on our campus? What are we doing to build that sustainable workforce among us and to really delve into high quality tier 1 instructional practices so our teachers feel supported? So we always looked at the imminent needs, what kind of fires might be burning on the campus, how can we support, how can I be that conduit for them to get them any sort of additional resources and support they might need in the moment. So while those strategies, of course, impacted the entire school from an improvement lens, we ensured a focus on our identified subgroups and subpopulations of our students, ensuring, as always, every student, every day. So for this school year, we intend to continue that plan. Our principals are ready to get back at it. They know me very well, I know them very well, and we've been planning all summer, really. The work didn't stop. And so we will continue our weekly and bi-weekly meetings. In addition, we have planned for some dedicated time on our modified Wednesdays to address the very specific needs of our TSI schools. So again, they're going to be working very closely with yours truly as we continue that laser-like focus on achievement. And then in addition, we have monthly meetings where we're able to pull all 9 schools together in a very cohesive and collaborative approach. That'll be a time for us to talk through what's working on our campuses, what's not, where have we seen success maybe at one of our schools that we can replicate that success at another one of our schools. All of them asked in some way, shape, or form for that collaboration last year, and so we've already calendared them out. And some of our meetings include special guests from cabinet to come and speak to the principals, answer their burning questions, make sure we are level setting, everybody's on the same page, and we're really excited for that. And so that kind of captures our sort of focus on leadership and accountability. Another key strand in our improvement plan is securing some outside partnerships to support the systemic and technical improvement of instructional practices. So a partnership of this nature would allow us to really achieve the depth of support needed to make and sustain gains in all areas of the campuses. We are looking to identify a partner to support that laser-like focus on our entire instructional program, specifically offering support to site administrators on identifying professional development needs and delivering professional development to impact instruction. In addition, we'd like to identify a partner in the area of special education educator support, again, with that focus on sustainable and replicable improvement strategies, making sure everybody is getting what they need when they need it. And finally, in pursuit of our dramatic school improvement, we are planning to provide additional trainings for our TSI schools that will focus on our collective commitments, of course. We will focus on high-quality Tier 1 instructional practices to include specialized training on small group instruction. Our schools have been working in that area and that capacity for several years, but it's always good to revamp, take a look at best practices, what's rooted in research, and reteach, especially as we have, as of today, like 300 new teachers joining our ranks. And so in order to best support them, we will continue to provide information and planning and additional trainings, especially in our TSI schools, on instructional strategies, instructional infrastructure, really looking at that small group instruction. And so those training opportunities will help ensure that our teachers have the support necessary to provide students a more personalized and in-depth level of learning and teaching, thus improving our instructional infrastructure. So that was a lot of words, but I want to thank you all again for the opportunity to share our work with you this morning. And at this point, I'll transition back to Dr. Hernandez for the remainder of the information.
Thank you, Mrs. Gonzalez. So as requested, we've prepared for you a summary of the TSI schools goals so that you can see them all in one place and really underscore the work that we're doing in this specific area. So again, I'll thank Mrs. Gonzalez for the impactful work that she's doing to support the leaders, the teachers, and the students at our schools who have been identified as TSI. We are already seeing the gains from her efforts, and we appreciate and thank her for all her work here in our district. So here we go, continuing forward with our district improvement plan. So Ms. Gonzalez has talked about some of the specific strategies used for TSI schools, and now we'll look at the all schools strategy and see how they all complement one another and fit together. So beginning with leadership, accountability, and continuous improvement. First of all, this summer, early in July, all of our principals, assistant principals, and as many of our instructional coaches as we could have come from summer break joined us for our second annual Learning Launch. And at Learning Launch, it is learning geared towards school administrators and gives them an opportunity to be the learner in the seat, to move that leadership hat to the side of it and become a learner. And in that 2-day session time together, they had 6 sessions covering 7 topics focused on instructional leadership. So taking our leadership and moving it to becoming instructional leaders. The purpose of instructional leadership is to keep learning and teaching as the focus in every classroom. It's creating the environment that supports improving student achievement in the classroom. So the sessions that they went through and encountered and dialogued about were all designed to promote that focus on the classroom. From an accountability standpoint, you are aware we are positioning our skill sets and the roles that we have to support our areas of greatest need. For example, our director of special education, our administrator on special assignments, supporting special education, all of those pieces coming together to coalesce around our greatest needs as a district. On the continuous improvement area, we visited before about our work around our school action plans. The strategies that schools have utilized and put in place are monitored by data to ensure that the strategies we've selected are getting the results we need them to. Those plans in previous years in education have been static. We create them at the beginning of the year, we put them in a shelf and leave them there. Now those plans have become living, breathing documents that school leadership teams with their teacher teams represented check into and monitor, are the strategies getting us where we need to go? And if not, do something different. And it's coming back to the table with their teams and saying, this isn't moving as quickly as we need, what can we do? And really being action-oriented in utilizing that plan. So in addition to that, we've talked about as shared from our EL audit that is statutorily required, the results led to the creation of our action plan to support our English language learners who are in great need of shoring up those instructional pieces. So in our classrooms, we need to provide targeted instruction as well as integrated instruction. And those 2 areas support language acquisition alongside content learning. So the 2 pieces come together so that our students are able to have the skills developed to perform on the AASA to score in that proficient and highly proficient area. So as the EL data that we've seen demonstrates, with 5% of them scoring proficient or above and 9% in math, the work that we need to do needs to be intentional with core instructional leadership designed to focus on what our language learners need in that particular area for how we are supporting them. And it is very well scripted in our corrective action plan that we're doing. So during Learning Launch, our administrators receive training that's designed to grow their expertise in that area as well. Things as simple as, what does our master schedule look like to facilitate ensuring both of those required areas are met, along with, when I'm in a classroom, what am I looking for? What does success look like in those classrooms? So equipping our administrators with those specific skill sets to become stronger instructional leaders when supporting our language learners. So additionally, this week actually, we've offered 8 hours of training for our teachers. In May, we had 2 days of training, as well as what we've offered for our administrators, and that work will continue through the school year as we progress in growing our skills and supporting our language learners. So next, the assessment strategy is one of the areas that we're looking at. So in review of the assessments that were in place to be used to monitor learning in our classroom, the district had simply outgrown some of the systems that we had in place. So our K-8 schools needed a tool that would provide them more targeted diagnostic information about the skills in math and reading that our children were ready to learn. So not a deficit model, but a positive, where are our students ready to begin their skill learning? Skills could come together to be able to perform mastery of standards. So at our high schools, they had virtually nothing of that nature. So we've transitioned from having a variety of systems to a single K-12 assessment platform. In addition to, we did a program evaluation regarding iReady and simply determined that with its use, it wasn't producing what our teachers needed to support their students in real time. Too many limitations. And again, we had simply grown out of a system that had gotten us where we are, but it was time for us to move on. So we have done that. So the data that we'll have now in place for our teachers will be real time, used to impact instruction, no limitations. So if I've been working on a particular skill for 3 or 4 weeks, I shouldn't wait 6 or 8 weeks or the semester to see if the instruction I'm providing is effective. The assessment is as quick as 20 minutes and gives the teachers a really good feel for where the students are and if what we're doing is being effective. Because if it's not, we need to change course. And if it is, keep going. And so the tools that we're putting in place from an assessment standpoint are much stronger, and we do look forward to implementing that with fidelity this year. And then finally, as you are very well aware, we have adopted new math and new science curriculum along with world languages and 28 upper level math and science courses in the areas of math, science, world languages, and art. And this isn't just because it's nice to have. This is because new resources are supporting ensuring what we call a guaranteed and viable curriculum, and that it is delivered in a way that is aligned to Arizona state standards. Guaranteed simply means that all third graders in our district have the opportunity to access learning opportunities at a rigorous level, no matter what. Every third grader has that option. Viable means teaching the curriculum versus covering it. Covering it, moving through it, versus teaching it deeply, and then verifying that learning has happened. Our new resource support those pieces really well and are foundational toward reaching those proficiency and above goals for us. So additionally this year, our teachers will receive new scope and sequence documents that helps them know what and how much so that we're teaching versus covering the information from our resources. That guaranteed and viable curriculum simply supports us in being able to ensure, again, now we're providing tier 1 instruction to all of our learners. As opposed to assuming a student comes in with deficits, we provide tier 1 access to grade level Arizona state standards aligned content. And then we determine whether a student does or does not need additional supports to move into other tiered instruction, but ensuring that all students have the right and the opportunity to engage in grade level content. So with our curriculum coupled with our beliefs around tier 1 and the quality of instruction, this highlights that the resources are important, but they will singly not get the job done themselves. So this year's professional learning for our teachers will really focus on a fancy word called pedagogy, which is simply how we teach. So really taking the quality resources that give us a really clear view of where rigor is and what it looks like to perform at third grade expectation and every other grade after that. But it also couples that together with how do you do it? What do those two things look like together? So this year's professional learning between what schools are supporting their teachers with and what the district offers coalesce around quality instructional strategies and how we deliver that content in our classrooms. So you can click. Thank you for the opportunity to share our successes and our opportunities to improve, especially as we support our continuous efforts. Your support in that area is greatly appreciated. And at this time, Erin and I are both available to answer any questions and support any discussion you'd like to have.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I feel like I can speak for all board members that it is, if we had a magic wand to wave, we would do it. But, with you coming in, Dr. Hernandez, and you, Mrs. Gonzalez, I feel like we're in an upward trajectory and also need to give these things some time. And we're trending in the right direction, so I'm excited to continue this conversation. Should we start with Mrs. Rooks for questions?
You're good. It's like super far away, all the way over there. First of all, I just want to say thank you. And Ms. Gonzalez, when I was touring schools this school year, I heard so many great things about some of your professional development and what you were working on. The principals were just really thrilled. So I just wanted to make sure I said that because it was, everywhere I went, I was like, okay, I'd love to sit in and see what she's talking about because everybody keeps talking about it. Yeah, so I did kind of write down questions as we went along through. So I guess the first one I'll just ask, it was on the slide where we were looking at the fifth and sixth grade students in that math, how they were kind of low, but the other grade levels went high. So I guess kind of what are the plans in addressing that? So if they're continually moving up the grade level, are they getting those math skills that maybe they struggled with when they were in fifth or sixth grade? I guess kind of that'll be my first question.
Certainly. President Profit, Mrs. Brooks, thank you for that question. So as students, our strategies really come together to answer your question. So great question. So when we consider what the skills are that students need, they don't have as they enter that next grade level, as seen in our school, our programming this summer for our Achievement Academy, it's an acceleration model. So we've moved away from remediating skills they don't have and accelerating students to skills be successful in the next grade level. So our assessment system gives us a clear view of what do all those skills look like in a learning progression that leads to that mastery of particular standards. So we can pinpoint and say that this standard, this skill right here is so impactful. This is the one that we need to teach for a fifth grader moving into sixth grader to be successful with sixth grade content. So that's how we're addressing those pieces. Now, the curricular resources we've selected allow our teachers to see all the way through all of our K-12 math, for example, and they are able to look into, so after they've delivered that quality tier 1 sixth grade lesson, and they see little Teresa's skills, because I know that from my assessment, needs some refreshing on that fifth grade maybe piece there, then they have opportunity to go into that material, see what that looks like, access that content, deliver those skills, and then get right back into that sixth grade piece. So we have seen some incredible work from many of our teachers over this last year of using those resources to do exactly that, to see students moving from year to year and not losing any more ground, but catching up. So that's really what that looks like on the teaching front so far as addressing student needs as they're coming from behind to be able to catch them up and then move them up, because acceleration is how we're addressing that.
I have one follow-up to that, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
That fifth to sixth, that kind of is that real problem area. I was just thinking, I have a student this age. My youngest is going into sixth grade. And that's kind of, I feel like, the reading group that was really attacked the hardest with COVID, because it was basically their entire second grade year. And that really crucial reading foundationals that they missed out in a classroom setting. And I wonder how that is affecting then into math, because as we move from that, learning to read to reading to learn in math, if that is kind of what is also cascading and causing some of those problems in math. And are you seeing that? That
certainly could be one of the pieces in there, but again, I Can't underscore enough the importance of the quality assessment data that teachers are able to have that shows them, because they can see the reading and they can see the math. Even if you teach social studies, you can still see how students are performing in math and in reading if they are in your classroom. To know that the student may be struggling with this particular social studies or science concept, and I can look and see where their reading level is and where I can support that content from there. So it absolutely could be an overlay, but the teachers have the information to be able to know whether it's sometimes a math thing getting in the way or if it's a reading thing getting in the way of accessing the math.
Can I add something? I know that at least this was the case up at Vistancia up north, is that when students would move into that 5th and 6th grade, unfortunately that was at the point where, at least when my kids were in school, we would see kids in that top tier gifted leaving and heading to other, at that time it was more rigorous programs. And as we build out our better gifted program and all of that, I hope to see that, those people not leaving. But I also think that that could be part of it, is that you have some individuals at that really high level who are leaving. And so then we're looking at a different set of people. And that typically when we look at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, you think, oh, it should be increasing as they go up. But also you made the point that these are very different groups. So if we were looking at that same 3rd grade group over time, we should see them moving up, as long as it's always, basically the same group of kids, but we should always see them moving up. But because they are 3 separate groups who went through 3 separate learning environments, especially when you throw in COVID, we're going to see really different data. But if, maybe if we had looked back 3 years, we might have seen that same 5th grade group making the same, but their level isn't as high. So
Mrs.
anyway,
Ewing,
that was just something to just add on to the conversation.
Mrs. Ewing, I really appreciate that point, because as I mentioned, how teachers are able to see lower grade levels, they're also able to provide advancement and enrichment opportunities the other way. So as students are in those advanced and gifted areas, our teachers are able to see up into Algebra 1, Algebra 2, wherever they need to go to continue students on their trajectory if they are already at or above grade level, to meet their needs to keep them moving forward.
Thank you for answering the question. I know you talked a lot about our English language learners, and I just wanted to know, I guess, a couple questions around that subgroup. You mentioned the 9 schools. I wonder what supports you're looking at for the upcoming school year, whether it's, instructional coaches, reading interventionists, and then how does that affect into, because I know we talked about it previously, our Title I money is kind of decreasing, or if it's increasing, how does all those factors play into our English language learners this coming school year?
Thank you for that question. Keep me honest to make sure I get all the points. So the state has a required model for what instruction needs to look like for English language learners. During our audit, they provided feedback to us that we needed to sharpen how we provide integrated instructional minutes, which are when our EL students are with their peers in the regular reading or math classroom, as well as targeted instruction, and that's when you have a small group of language learners and you're really targeting their specific needs. So in the observations the audit team did in our classrooms, they saw that there are areas for improvement where we can strengthen that. So we need to be in alignment with the required state model, and then we need to adjust our master scheduling in order for our teachers to provide that type of instruction in those 2 very different settings. So that's really the targeted place we're going to with those particular strategies. Now, the thing about language learner strategies is they're really good for all learners. So we really do capture improving quality instruction for all of our learners by really focusing in, particularly in the integrated time when students are working together and progressing through their content. What was the next one? Sorry.
I guess, are you looking at what strategies or what support positions can it factor into Title I money, or is it not? Like, what are you looking at for those 9 schools?
So specific to TSI, and let me back out into the title conversation. So Title I is for serving low-income free and reduced lunch. Title III is dedicated to English language program support, which is a much, much smaller amount of funds that supports our EL coordinator, and I believe we have 3 specialists as well. But we have a lot of schools that group supports. So at every opportunity possible, we're looking to support and build and bring on skill sets that are able to diversify what they can share and help us learn as leaders across all special population areas, but specifically targeting skill sets that have knowledge and experience working with language learner populations and then who have seen success in the strategies that they have used to move schools along, to move districts along in this work.
Yeah. What you just said, please? That lasts like 30 seconds.
Want to replay the clip?
Yeah.
But,
Skill sets?
yeah.
Yeah, was about, talk about that now.
Yeah. So because our data is showing us that our language learners are struggling the most, and we know from our state audit results that that is an area that across all positions in the district, whether you are the math teacher, the instructional coach, the assistant principal, the chief academic support officer, we need to have a skill set that has knowledge of best supporting language learner instruction. So as we have opportunities to bring on staff and send staff to different training opportunities, we want to ensure that there are opportunities to have those English language learning strategies brought back to us. As part of our corrective action plan, there is a section there where we talk about the trainings that we will be doing, and then our specialists and our coordinator working with ADE to receive their training model as well to bring that and to strengthen our strategies.
Gotcha. No, thank you for that. I guess, and that was my question in and around from building on the capacity or acumen of our teachers and staff leadership at each site to be able to overcome, some of those opportunities we have from an English language learner perspective.
Thank you for having her repeat it too, because I'm very interested in like what those skill sets are, what type of, professional development trainings from ADE I think would just be really great to know as a board so that we can see the work that is going to be supporting those students and those subgroups.
Certainly, and we'll be happy to provide a copy of the corrective action plan, which is very detailed. There's a timeline attached to it and a lot of accountability from the Arizona Department of Education. I do expect to have our first visit from the Department of Education within the first 2 weeks of school. Okay. And it applies to all 43 of our schools, so we are excited to welcome them because we have done a lot of training and prepared our classrooms to better support our language learners for the coming school year.
That's awesome. So I'll go to the next one. I know you guys talked, I think it was you, Ms. Gonzalez, that talked about modified Wednesdays, looking at strategies, professional development of those needs. And then you also talked about partnership with identifying a partner, whether it's around instructional programs. You mentioned special education. I guess those two pieces, what are some of those strategies that you're looking at to bring in the next school year on Modified Wednesdays? And then what partnerships are you looking at? Do you guys have some on the table already? I don't know if those two questions are.
Partnerships, you take Wednesdays. Yeah. So I'll take partnerships, she'll take Wednesdays.
Okay.
Split it. So from a partnership perspective, in our TSI grant, one of the parameters is we are able to possibly consider an RFP to look at groups who do this type of work, and they are able to deploy additional supports for us. So there are models that come with instructional build to support that particular component that bring in not only the model but the support. And certainly Mrs. Gonzalez's role in that is facilitating when a partner is selected to provide that additional layer of person support for our schools, for our leaders, because while Mrs. Gonzalez is absolutely fantastic, we only have one of her. And so really looking to duplicate those efforts because our goal is dynamic, rapid student achievement improvement. And so what needs to be in place and how quickly we can get those pieces in place to wrap our arms around and support from various angles. We're looking at those partnerships as an opportunity to begin that work. A partnership is only as effective as how well it's built and sustained. So that's why Mrs. Gonzalez will be our point person on that work, being able to look at how that comes in, and then she's the component that sustains it to make sure that those practices stay in place so we don't fall backwards in our progress forward.
Can I ask a question to piggyback on what Mrs. Rooks is, the topic she's asking about? So are we looking at, because I know that we can't be the only district that's ever looked at this, so are we looking out to our other districts asking what are the organizations they've used, what are the partnerships? I know you meet with the other superintendents and just really leveraging those contacts to find out who are those organizations that are out there.
So in order to ensure that we keep our process above board, not you board, but above line, I'm going to answer your question with yes. And so should we engage in a procurement process where we put out an RFP that looks for those specific services? I won't name any particular vendors or districts today that we may be, districts that have done this work before ahead of us.
So I guess I should just say, are we getting feedback? Because I know with the procurement process, it's very specific things. So we could certainly receive feedback from other districts on how they went through this process.
Absolutely, and we've been doing that for quite some time.
Can I ask before you start on the modified Wednesdays, follow-up question? Looking at that RFP process, when are you thinking that you might have it brought to the board? Are we looking at the fall? Are we looking spring? If you're allowed to answer that,
So
sorry.
I can answer that. I'm just going to not look at Mrs. Myers when I say my answer. It's her team that really runs that process for us. We get to do the fun part where we sit and look at all the data that they've collected for us. And so it's really balancing the requirements and timelines and procurement components to that, as well as the other work that her team is already doing.
Okay. So just look forward to it when it comes, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, sorry, the modified Wednesdays.
All right, Mrs. Rooks, members of the governing board. Regarding the plan for modified Wednesdays for our 9 TSI schools, we are still in the planning phases, but I can tell you that we have kind of calendared out 3 specific dedicated modified Wednesdays in the fall and 4 in the spring semester to bring our administrators first and foremost together to continue that work to ensure cohesion, solid planning processes. Again, they will hear from me about content alignment assessment strategy. I work closely with Mr. Moss and his team regarding assessment, making sure that our administrators are always monitoring assessment data and really bringing our administrators together in a professional learning community of sorts to be able to talk through best practices. In addition, I think we would like to see bringing in key stakeholders and leadership team members from the schools. So it might be teacher leaders, it might be veteran teachers, might be brand new teachers, instructional coaches in sort of a community of practice. And so we're still working on kind of exactly what those look like, but I'm excited for the time. Being a former site administrator very recently myself, I know that time is where it comes down to. So in our weekly and bi-weekly meetings, I might work with an administrative team and their leadership team for a couple of hours at a time, and then bringing them back together to work collaboratively is really important for them to continue that work.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And so I have one more kind of follow-up question into that. I know you've already kind of brought up meetings that you've had with your team leaders, your principals, administrative. Is there any, during those discussions on instructional learning, what are some of the things that those leaders have been bringing up? Whether it's our principals, our instructional coaches, what are the questions or concerns that they've brought up? And then have those kind of been looked at with what they've brought up in those discussions?
Thank you for the question, Mrs. Rooks. I would say it's a pretty consistent ask for support in the area of instructional strategies and how, as site administrators, along with their instructional coach, do they plan that systematic professional development, professional learning cycle where they're delivering some information to their staff as the instructional leaders on their campus about I mentioned before, engagement, modeling is another big one. Any key component of high quality tier 1 instruction, and then working alongside them to not only deliver that in a robust and differentiated approach, because you'll have veteran teachers on your campus, brand new teachers on your campus, and making sure then how do we engage in a cycle where we know that what we're asking our teachers to do, they're doing it. We know our teachers are working hard, we have no doubt about that, but making sure that we're fine-tuning some of those instructional practices. So I'd say that's a big one. Also support with that data analysis and what is the story or the narrative the data is telling us. If we saw an unexpected drop on a math assessment, what's behind that? Is it pacing? Is it the teacher's understanding of the content? Is it lesson planning and design? And so really that's been the kind of two biggest points that have come up at each of the schools. So that support with instructional strategies, and then really understanding the data analysis component and being able to act and take action on that data quickly.
Thank you for answering that, because I'm just curious when they have those conversations of what they're seeing at that site level. So it's just really good to kind of hear that. So thank you. That was kind of the only questions. If I have more, I'll chime in.
I do have one question, and I know I've asked this before. Help me understand the students with disability subset. What exactly are the parameters for that subset? Because I still don't fully understand.
So we have the AASA, and it's our resource students.
Right.
We have the MSAA. Did I get those in the right order? Oh, there we go. The letters. For our more specialized students on that particular
So
assessment.
like a self-contained classroom would be,
So it's by an individual student.
okay,
Yeah. So generally,
right.
probably in that particular classroom. But just because they're in a classroom, we don't assume that they're only able to take one assessment or the other, but really looking at the individual child and the appropriateness of the particular assessment for each one.
Because man, that is so hard with disability, getting them to produce the knowledge. And we have so many parameters with state testing with that, as having a child with autism. I've been through that dance with him a lot of getting them to produce what is in their head through that testing is just extremely difficult. I just wanted to point out one thing that you said, and I'm going to use a word here that is one of Dr. Summers' favorite words, is cadence. I feel like we're developing a cadence for success. And, you know, we've been on site tours together, talked to lots of admin, and just having this cadence developed of, like you said, a weekly, the monthly, quarterly, it sounds like, with admin and having that disseminated into professional development, I think is going to be incredibly encouraging for the teachers who, bless their hearts, have been so overwhelmed with all this great curriculum. I feel like we're at a tipping point because we have the curriculum nailed down now. We have the processes nailed down. And like I said, I wish we could wave the magic wand and solve it all immediately. But I just feel like giving the gift of time is absolutely something that we can do because you have so comprehensively developed the schedule and that accountability so that we're not working from, like you said, a deficit model, but really every week, all parties involved are just helping students achieve and moving that needle in the right direction. Mrs. Ewing, do you want to go with questions?
Skipping over David?
Sorry, David.
All the females first.
I'm trying to
So, it's all right, it's all right. Chime in if you want to. So my first question is just to get a better understanding, I think I've talked about this, is can you go back to what are the percentages of our subgroups? Because when we look at achievement data and we look at our percentages of students in those different subgroups, if it's a smaller percentage, when they have more improvement, you can see a larger because it's a smaller group. So I'm just curious, what are the percentages of our subgroups, and are those increasing? So.
Mrs. Ewing, if I could just clarify, the percentage of performance or the percentage of students in the general?
Students, I'm sorry, percentage of students in each subgroup
So I
of our
left
total
the
population.
master list on my desk, but the ones I have in my notes, free and reduced lunch eligibility is about 42%.
Okay,
Special education, students with disabilities, about 14%. Gifted, about 4%. And language learners, about 5%.
okay. And then of our Title I, do you know what our percentage is?
Title I is free and reduced lunch.
Okay, so that's the same. And that has increased, like the number of our schools that are now Title I have increased, and our free and reduced category, free and reduced lunch category has increased.
So as students qualify for
Yeah.
free and reduced lunch, which indicates a low income, the percentage of students increases, which then means that a particular school may become a Title I school based on the percentage of students that they have.
Right.
And then that's where the Title I funding follows.
Right.
So in our schools, while the state of Arizona has seen a decline, according to the census, we have seen a significant increase in families qualifying for free and reduced lunch.
Okay, do you know what that percentage is by?
The increase,
Yeah. Does he know? He looks like he's
we'll get that to you.
okay, he knows.
3% increase? Okay, there we go.
I'm sorry, I was pointing
Thought he
over
was just waving
to
at
Mr.
me.
Moss, who probably looks at those data points all the time.
He's
Well,
saying, good
so,
job.
Anyway, I guess my point is that I know that everything from conversations that those subgroups are only getting larger. Like our the free and reduced is increasing in terms of just our overall percentage, which means that our teacher talent is going to need to have those skills. It's going to be even more important to have all of those skills, and that some of those poorly performing that we're showing in those areas, I think is also probably could just be a result of, because we've been increasing, we haven't been increasing our talent and our skills at the same percentage as our students have been increasing and putting that attention. So I want to say I appreciate that we're taking all of this focus and doing that. So, but I think it's important to think about how those have increased.
And
So,
if I could just add and
Yeah.
bring us back to one of our key initiative strategies that we're working on, I mentioned the School Improvement Action Plan. So in other districts, it's only a required component for Title I schools. However, in Peoria Unified, we believe in that continuous improvement process, and all of our schools, title or not, create that action plan. So as we've strengthened the action plan creation process, and really our federal programs team and our executive director team from student services sits with the principal, and they look at the strategies that we're selecting and make that connection to the classroom. And how does this particular strategy, how do we measure it? What does success look like? And how does that particular strategy move the needle on student achievement? There are things that we can spend our title funds on that are allowable, but not necessarily the closest tie to moving the needle on student achievement. So that action plan strategy that we're working with from a continuous improvement strategy supports those instructional strategies in those particular settings when we encourage student learning for students who are in low-income homes.
Mrs. Ewing, can I just ask, since you asked about the increase on free and reduced lunches of that group, do we have the other subgroups that you just mentioned? Are any of them, have they increased or decreased on what I just want to know those ones too, before we forget. Yeah.
They're fairly stable, but I'll send that to all, or you'll send that to all
Okay.
of them.
Okay,
So you
sorry.
have those changes.
well, and from a meeting I went to, it was the UCAN meeting, they were talking about how the percentage of homelessness has increased as well, and we had one of our Reese talking about how the percentage of unstable housing, our students, how that percentage is highly increased, and that obviously can be very much reflected in the data that we have for student achievement when they're facing so many more barriers. Okay, so I will move on from that topic, but I just was curious. So talking about talent management, so because our demographics of our students are starting to look different and we're looking at the needs and so forth, I'm wondering how we are working, Dr. Summers, you talked about this, how sometimes we work in silos in our departments, but we really need to be working together. And it's how are we working to make sure that I'm hearing about how we're working with teachers, but how are we recruiting teachers who have those teachers, educators, those skills and talents in the expertise that we need. So like HR, working with how are we, saying, and how are we looking for partnerships within our communities? Because we do have so many educational communities who are working on educating those particular students to bring them into Peoria.
From a local perspective, I can tell you that Mr. Nuttall from overseeing all of our schools and Mrs. Vesley from the human resources piece and then academic services have connected more in this last year and have more conversations together about what we're seeing from an academic performance standpoint, what the school's needs are from the talent side and then connecting that with how our human resources teams are conducting interviews, how they are recruiting, how we are retaining and promoting and looking at how we're supporting our additional staff to continue to grow in their skill set as well. So from that perspective, our teamwork, I think, is really paying dividends on how we're supporting our teachers and our leaders as they come into our system.
And if I could just add, that in and of itself, it's a big question. So that would likely be its own presentation. And obviously, we want to make sure that we are demonstrating coordination, just as Dr. Hernandez put it, in terms of how we are all working and collaborating together. So suffice to say, and by the way, there's also goals that are going to attach to that in the strategic plan as well. So it's a very important dynamic, and I think you touched on a lot of those key points. The only other element that I think is important to call out is how we also growing from within, growing our own, right? Anytime we have an opportunity to identify individuals who may be in our system as a paraprofessional, or even when we have students in our system who want to be teachers, how do we make sure that we're doing everything we can to make Peoria a great place to work and to learn and to grow? And so as we also highlighted a little bit earlier, this meeting happens to sit on the same day as our new teacher orientation event. So it's not one event, it's not just one strategy, it's again how all those come together. So thanks for bringing that up, and know that we'll continue to, keep that in front of us as we continue to work on that collaborative effort.
So the last thing I was going to say is I appreciate that you're taking that focus on chronic absenteeism. When I was at an ASBA conference, actually, that was a topic across all school districts on how are schools dealing, especially our rural schools, how are they dealing with that and so forth. And I know that a big piece of it, and well, first off, I'll go back and say that I think we're making phenomenal efforts in really engaging in the classroom, but chronic absenteeism is to really target it, you have to start looking at the families, you have to start looking at the communities, what are the challenges that the families are having in terms of getting those students there, what are the barriers that are in the place. Certainly we provide transportation, but there's still barriers for families. So chronic absenteeism, to make real efforts, does require a whole community effort. And so that's where, I know the communications department comes in on that. And so I'm just kind of curious how we're partnering with our community. So not just our parents, but are there organizations that also can help support and we can be bringing in for those families? Because we know if they're in the seats and we've got all these phenomenal things happen in the classrooms, we're going to see change and achievement.
President Proudfit, Mrs. Ewing, yes, we've done extensive work on chronic absenteeism in partnership with the TSI interventions. Just very proud to note that we had a 3.7% decrease in chronic absenteeism across our school district from 22-23 to 23-24. Anytime you have a significant decrease in chronic absenteeism like that, certainly there are partnerships. So it sometimes is as simple as strategizing for personal connections as opposed to an auto dialer, right? So people are absent, we send an auto dialer, we delete, and we've tried to be very intentional about making the personal connections. So we use all of our resources. It's many schools had attendance team task forces that would divide and conquer, meaning making personal phone calls or making personal connections with students or scripting certain things to ensure that barriers were reduced for their attendance. And we have a variety of resources that help and support in that. We also have done some extensive research on a program called Attendance Works. And Attendance Works is a way that we can provide communications, or a way that we can strategize for what we are going to publish. We can incentivize certain things for student attendance. So it's programmatic and just a really nice resource for us to use and provide principals and their staffs with ideas of how to connect differently or better with families. So it's oftentimes deeper than just a personal phone call. It's how we go about a structured and systematic approach to make student attendance really important. And, you know, I will just also say that the state average is right around 25.5% of chronic absenteeism. The national average is right around that as well. And so to be 3 percentage points below that in chronic absenteeism doesn't seem like it's really significant, but when you break it down, it's huge. That's a huge piece. And I'll just say also, as a district overall, we had a 1% increase in attendance rate. Now, also, that doesn't seem really significant, but when you take 35,000 students times 180 school days, and we can actually break that down in terms of instructional days missed, 1% is really significant in a district our size.
Can I ask just a follow-up question on that? You talked about some of the barriers. You mentioned the word barriers. What are some of those things? Has anybody kept up to date on what those barriers are? Are you guys looking at those different things of when you reach out to the families? I know, Melissa, you mentioned transportation, but is there other ones that you've looked at?
Sure thing. Thank you, Mrs. Rooks. I think when we talk about barriers, it can run a huge gamut, right? It can be that sometimes parents, single-family households, parent working 2 jobs, older sibling, younger sibling. We know that story that happens quite frequently within our school district. And so we're trying to make connections when, let's say, a sophomore in high school, as an example, is trying to get their 3 elementary siblings to school and themselves. That's a barrier. And so we have a systematic process in which we can get resources to people or connections. I spoke in April about some of those connections through our school social workers and school mental health counselors, as well as our administrators and teachers. So all of these touch points to help support students and where we can actually get authorization for parents through the request for additional support. If a parent calls in and says, I need help with this, that, or the other. Student attendance is kind of a vast topic. And what I mean by that is, so many times students, in some cases, don't have a wide variety of clothing. Well, at some point in time, they recognize that they're wearing the same thing over and over to school, and they're not coming to school if they have to wear the same thing over and over. So what can we do to provide additional clothing and support resources so that they can? Or what other outside agencies can come in and support with anything related to that type of barrier? We also have barriers where families go through crisis situations, and school is just not a priority to a family who's gone through a crisis at that point in time. And so we try to provide the connections to them to make sure that students can return to a normal school environment just as quickly as we can and wrap our arms around them to support them. We always want academic and student achievement learning to become the main thing and maintain being the main thing. And our job is to help to break down many of those barriers so that it can be.
I just wanted to say, you know, this problem is multifaceted, obviously, but one thing that I have seen as a parent with my own children within the district is there has been a shift of how teachers are talking about absenteeism and really putting the onus back on the student to ensure that they're there and also to just be emphasizing the importance of them being there. In fact, it's kind of embarrassing, but we had a family thing that was going to require kids to miss, it was like 2 days of school, and both of our daughters were like, absolutely not. We need to be in school. And I was shocked by that because what kid is not wanting a day off of school? But something has shifted. Have we done training with the admin and teachers and how they're talking about this? And again, this is talking about one subsect of students, so maybe not talking about food scarcity or family crisis. But I kind of loved to see that and loved putting that accountability on the student to be doing their part to to push them being in attendance at school.
President Proudfit, thank you. I think just in terms of the topic of on the agenda, just want to make sure, but I'm happy to provide an update and some resources for the board on all of our progress and strategy surrounding the importance of student attendance and how it impacts student achievement. When students are there, that is the number one part. If we can get them there, now we can talk about the strategies to improve the learning and improve our teaching practices, which is really the crux of what we're really trying to do. And so our strategies for getting students there and prioritizing school, we've talked a little bit about it. There's certainly more that we're engaging with, and I can certainly provide a report for that.
And I just wanted to say, like, it's working. Whatever was implemented last year definitely was felt in my household.
So, I was just going to mention that, it is good shift to have our students understand the importance of their education and being in school, and so that we can see if they are working on their achievement and we're seeing a growth. I guess for me, I'm just more of the importance of those family times with the students. And so I think it is a balance of, yes, we want you to be in school so that we can see that student success, so we can see the growth. But I also think that it's also important that they understand that the special family time where families go on trips and things like that is also an important thing, because they can also learn something out there when they're with their family. So I just wanted to mention that.
So kind of adding, to bring it back to the academic piece of it. So I know that the silver lining of COVID is that we learned to do a few things that help students to be successful when they are absent from school. Just in the fact that like when my son, if he was to miss school, he could go see online what the kids were learning that day, what the assignment was, be able to turn things online, so that when you have like our students who have health conditions, who can't be at school for health, miss a lot of schools, but then they can continue to stay up to date. So maybe to bring it back to everything we're talking about today is for the students that are missing, which could potentially be those in the disability area, in health, how are we taking those same strategies and helping those students? I know it goes into chronic absenteeism, and that even if they're it's an excused absence because of a chronic illness, it still counts against the school. But how are we accounting for that and providing support for those students who have those, whether it's a disability or chronic illness, and their achievement data could suffer as a result?
Thank you for that question, Mrs. Ewing. And it's a rather simple answer. It's about the individual child and what they need. You touched on our resource with our Canvas LMS system, but again, it's about every individual child and what they need, and communicating with the family and how we can support them to continue forward in their academic journey, no matter the challenges that they may have with health or otherwise.
I don't know what that means.
Construction.
It's bathroom.
Okay. It's not a floor, so.
So welcome, everybody.
Oh, yes.
I'm David. Mr. Nuttall, I just want to say thank you, and Dr. Hernandez, what you just said, for just circling us back to all the conversations we have as a governing board and everything that each and every one of you do and all of our associates do is weighted and centered around young human beings. And the importance of the relationship that you talked about is very critical. I always talk about the 36,000 different stories that we have throughout this district, and the ability for our teachers, staff, you as leadership, to look beyond what's right in front of you, right? To understand, where there may be barriers. We talk about absenteeism, and there are times where we talked about the increase in our free and reduced lunch numbers. And, there is, certainly times where some of our high school students, have to work a late shift until whatever, midnight, 1 a.m. To, help contribute, revenue, into the home. And, yeah, they may miss that first hour of class a few times, but the relationship side of it and the willingness to ask the question and stay curious without judgment, so that we can come up with the real-time solutions to overcome some of those barriers. So thank you for that. Along those lines, from TSI perspective, going back to the grant and the real-time data and ability to make those adaptations in a timely fashion, so we're shifting the direction of a student very quickly versus waiting until the end of the year, end of the semester, whatever. Talk to me about the resources, that we have. So outside of a grant, let's say, right? So the TSI grant impacts 9 sites, correct? Currently. So if we're at sites that, have opportunities, we're seeing where a student is struggling and we need resources where a grant may not be an opportunity, or we may not have access to a grant. And this may be a conversation that might, or a question that might also include Ms. Myers as well, but can you talk to me about just, look, we have all these verticals throughout our district that need to be funded, right? All of our programs, athletics, academics, yes. Just as we understand where the need exists and we don't have the capacity or resource, whether it's human capital, whether it's a program or integration of a resource, can you just talk to me about that process?
Certainly, thank you for that question, Mr. Sandoval. So I'm going to lean into something that Mrs. Brooks said earlier about our title funding earlier this year when we were moved into a space where suddenly we were notified this massive cut and whatnot. And what the opportunity of that event allowed for was we really looked at all of our schools through the lens of their learners' needs. So whether it is a higher population of this or of that, whether it's a Title I status or whether it's a Title I and a TSI status. Essentially what we did, to lean into Mrs. Gonzalez's language earlier, was we tiered the schools and built a triangle of sorts that says that these schools, based on the data that we have about their needs from all angles, need this level of support. Based on the data that we have, these next set of schools need this level of support. And then looking again at that third level of who those are. And then the resources that we do have, we're able to align to those specific needs. And as the school year flows on and we look at how the data changes, the resource fluctuation goes with where the schools have the greatest needs.
Thank you for that. I'm going to move on to another solution that we've implemented as a district to improve student success. I had the opportunity to visit our summer programming this year, and I know that it is funded, by dollars that are either sunsetting or maybe going away. Ms. Myers, please correct me if I'm wrong, and if I'm saying anything that's not correct here. But as I visited those classrooms, it felt like that vertical and how it collaborates with everything else that we do is making an impact on student success as they hit that next grade level, right? Can you talk about the summer program in a little bit, its future, where we see it going? Are we able to continue to sustain and hold on to that program in subsequent years? Maybe is that you, Ms. Myers, or both?
If I may, I'll start with the actual program itself. So 2 years ago, we shifted, as I mentioned earlier, from a remediation model. If I'm a second grader moving into third grade, my summer schooling would be about second grade. Last year, we shifted into looking at, if I'm a second grader moving to third grade, what are those essential third grade skills I have to be successful? That's the acceleration model. And last year, through our program evaluation team, determined that model to be very effective more so than in years past in supporting our students. And we quintiled the 5 bands of, how students were performing at the end of the school year. And then we assessed to see the learning that happened during Achievement Academy, how long did it sustain? In previous years, we would see the initial, they seem to be performing better, but the next time in, we would see they'd lost their gains. Last year's data showed us that they held on to their gains. So use that model again this year. Now, the nice thing about that model, it doesn't cost any more or less because it's about the quality of the instruction and the type of instruction and the areas that we're focusing on from a skill level, as opposed to buying anything new or being able to support that. So while this year and last year was funded by ESSER dollars, as far as moving forward, Mr. Nuttall and Ms. Myers and I are working closely in determining the better we do in our year-long time, the fewer students who will need that opportunity for acceleration will present itself. So the number of students needing support, we would anticipate that would start to go down. The resources that we have from a curricular standpoint apply during the school year, and they're able to use those same resources during our summer academy. So hoping to need a smaller model, which would cost us less, as when the model itself doesn't cost us any different, but we are going to be working on that funding source to be able to provide that same level of support. Might look a little different across campuses for the next cycle of Summer Achievement Academy.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez, and got some feedback here, don't we, today? And Mr. Sandoval, members of the governing board, that's correct. Our ESSER 3 grant has been the primary funding source for the last couple of years for summer school. But the reason why it's important to note that that funding source is sunsetting is ESSER as a whole was intended to, I'm going to try another one. I'll try this one much better. ESSER funding as a whole was intended to help districts react, respond, and recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. So any additional supports that were part of the grant funding were for a period of time. Were not intended to be long-term ongoing. So to add to Dr. Hernandez's comment, the ongoing funding and priorities will be looked at as part of our budget development, and to also ensure that there are resources to meet the needs, the ongoing needs each summer moving forward.
Mr. Sandoval, if I may ask, is there any other, I guess, grants that could help with what you're talking about? I don't know if that's going to be your question, but is there any other grants that we could be looking at to kind of look at what we've been doing to replace that? Or I don't know if that's something you can talk about now and then, or then maybe, hand to the board in a Friday report, but I guess that was my question.
Thank you, Mrs. Brooks. Members of the governing board, we regularly monitor all grant opportunities through ADE, state level, federal level, and so if a grant is available, we would evaluate it for appropriateness here in Peoria Unified, and we would apply. A great example is the recent TSI grant application and award.
Yeah, I wonder with the English learners being a substantial population sometimes in that summer program, if we'll see that group kind of maintain as they need a different sky. Yeah, maybe there would be a grant associated with that population.
Yeah, and I guess the only other thing I want to say, and I'll close out my comments, is just thank you. It's throughout the years I've always talked about the district's mindset around continuous improvement and willingness to always bring forth an understanding that, we have opportunities. But I've said a few times, you can tell a lot about what an organization values by looking at its books and the investment, not only from a finance perspective, but from a human capital regard, facilities, et cetera, across the board, are all centered around the young lives that we're responsible for on a daily basis and ensuring their success and how they continue throughout life in a confident and productive way, shaping our tomorrow, right? So just thank you for just your intentionality and your compassion and empathy, as we continue to just adapt to the shifting needs of our student population, adapt to education, and just there just continues to be a lot of great work that goes on throughout the district. The numbers don't lie. I mean, we're seeing a lot of positive trends moving in the right direction. But in addition to the numbers, we're also developing, and growing the character of our society and nation, and doing that well. So thank you.
So this might be an easier question. So first off, I really appreciate that you provided some very specific goals that of movement that we're looking to see as far as achievement gaps, which this paper here. And I think you mentioned it, but when would we expect to see like a progress report given out to the board on this achievement data? So I don't know if that's a Dr. Summers or Dr. Hernandez question.
Certainly. So per the TSI grant, we are required to progress monitor 4 times throughout the school year. So for the particular TSI goals, we begin our baseline assessing the first week of school with our new assessment. And then for those particular schools, probably 5-ish weeks in, so we have the opportunity for those 4 times to be able to have that data checkpoint to see if we're progressing forward and to monitor our action plans. Now, the diversity of that assessment allows for schools to be able to monitor students, smaller groups as needed, and so they'll also have that opportunity in real time to be providing that information to their staff.
Okay, great. And then my last question is what do you need from us as the board in order to take everything you presented to be successful?
Thank you for that opportunity to share that, Mrs. Ewing. The board's support on our academic initiatives is critical, and as we move forward, your support in the pieces that we bring forward for your consideration as we move the needle, that's the piece that's most needed and most appreciated.
Will do. Thank you.
Just one thing for consideration, I have no more questions, but, this is really for all of cabinet because I don't know who it would fall under, as a parent, with the landscape of education changing, with all the new curriculums, it might be something to consider having on a site level, a parent university type situation, helping to educate the parents on how we're teaching math, so not to add another thing to your plate because you've done such a wonderful job, but just to consider. And then I just kind of wanted to end with, you said something that I wanted to stand up and shout amen. Like you said, dynamic, rapid student achievement. And I'm fired up. I'm so excited for this school year and to watch this be implemented and see the impact that it has on our students. So I'll echo what Melissa said, and thank you for letting us know how we can support this awesome work. And thank you for this incredible groundwork that you have worked so hard to lay. I'm really excited to watch it get put into action. Okay, I guess there's, Melissa, anything else? No, I got it. Okay.
President Prophet, sorry to interrupt, just in the light of, it looks like we already have 2 board members who have taken a quick break, and I'm assuming that's where we're going, but I also want to make sure before we move on from the item that we have all of our board back, and so we can do a quick little recap, but it would be okay for just a recess. Can we call it 10 minutes?
Sounds great.
Okay, and
So,
we can recap 3-1 and then move on to 3-2.
okay,
Thanks.
great. So what, 11:05, or no, 11:55, 10:55.
10:55.
Okay,
We got you.
10:55, we'll
Thank
be
you.
back. reconvene. All right, before we move on from 3.1, is there any other questions, comments? Anything? Okay. All right, then we'll move on to 3.2. We'll turn the time over to Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Proudfit, Governing Board, Cabinet, guests. So I am excited to present to you the updated draft of the superintendent goals that require our attention this morning. So just to set a little bit of the stage and some of our background as a reminder, at our June Governing Board retreat, we spent some time with Dr. Joel, who helped facilitate a process by which we were able to brainstorm and identify a number of goals. And at that time, one of the things that we discussed was ensuring that there were measures that also related to performance, not just process-related goals. So what you have in front of you as a hard copy is this updated draft. And our goal today is really to make sure that we have clarity in what the goals themselves speak to. And as I've had the opportunity to speak to a couple of you at least, referencing some of the details, one of the things I will say just at a high level is that this describes the what we're striving to accomplish. It does not necessarily go into the detail on the how. And the how is really the strategies and the different pieces of evidence that will demonstrate how we will work together to achieve these. But in terms of what goal one, and I'd just like to kind of walk through this step by step and make sure that we can go through it gradually and then answer any questions that you may have. So goal one is actually broken into 1A, which is a student success goal, specifically focused on demonstrating increases in student academic performance in a number of assessment categories. And then there's actually a goal 1B that will speak to improvement related to district climate and culture as measured through our annual survey data, both or all of students, staff, and parent, and a number of specific indicators that are called out. So within the academic performance bullet, and it is, I think, very helpful to have the backdrop of what we just covered from academic achievement, because obviously we are prioritizing what measures are going to hold a high level of expectation for student performance as we go into the upcoming 24-25 school year. And so what you have in the table below are 12 different categories of academic performance as it pertains to a continuum of performance across grade levels and key content areas measured by district and state assessments. So each indicator, just to kind of work through the top row, just as a starting point. So you'll see elementary in the top, you'll see the 2024 resulting score. Obviously the 2025 score is to be determined. And then you'll see 4 columns. So if in any one of these indicators, there is a decrease in performance as measured according to the body of assessments that we're looking at here. That would yield not meeting a goal and essentially would amount to 0 points in relationship to that goal. And then you see to its right, the different categories of up to 3 points, which would be in excess of a 2%, ideally working toward a 3% growth mark in each of these different categories. So I'll just kind of work through these step by step with you to make sure we're on the same page. So the first 2 lines would specifically look at ELA proficiency for kindergartner through second graders. So it is more of an aggregate score. And then you have underneath proficiency, the growth score. So there are 2 different ways to measure that, as you guys just heard and now know. The actual proficiency rate is are students achieving at a level that is consistent with a grade level expectation. And then the growth score is what would measure how the student actually moves from where they start at the beginning of the year and how much growth they're demonstrating on those particular areas, again, over the course of a year. Real
Dr.
quick,
Summers,
and then, yes, ma'am.
I was just going to ask, because when we were looking at the academic data, you said that we were looking at proficiency because we didn't have the growth information. So I just was curious where this, the number here, those came
Yep.
from, but maybe that's what you were just going to touch on.
So I'm actually going to get to that in just a moment. So with respect to K through 2 ELA proficiency and growth, as well as math proficiency and growth, where that number's coming from, and if you flip to the top of second page, the 2 stars that are asterisked next to the 2024 growth score are reflective of the overall performance, both within proficiency and growth, based on end-of-year data as measured through the iReady assessment platform. Now, as you also heard in the update, we are now transitioning from an iReady platform to a STAR Renaissance platform. So what you're seeing right now is based on the previous platform. What we anticipate doing is at the beginning of the year window, these first couple of weeks of school, we will have a beginning of the year metric that will set a new baseline target. So that 2024 score is essentially, you could make an argument that it'll be relative to what you're seeing right there at 67.8%, for example, in ELA proficiency. And certainly whatever that new measure is, we will update that with you to say, here's essentially the starting point as measured by the new assessment platform. We anticipate it'll still be relatively in the ballpark, but essentially what we're striving for, obviously, is that same growth expectation or target with even the transition to the new platform. I just want to make sure that I can pause to clarify if there's any other questions on that piece. So then as we keep going further, and actually just in the middle of our brief recess, Mr. Moss informed me that we just hot off the press received our growth scores as of this morning. So certainly there's an opportunity to revisit what we're looking at with respect to AASA proficiency and growth. And again, you'll see the band of now 3rd through 8th grade, both with respect to ELA and math as those next 4 rows of indicators. The proficiency score is already set, so you'll see that 44.1 and 39.4 represented as what we know that baseline target will be. Growth, because it's based on a relative measure of where the student ends the year before and what growth we can expect from them based on a adequate growth percentile or median growth percentile, is likely in a 52-ish type of a range. And why we're establishing that as a baseline is if you look at our trend data, there's really about not much more of a fluctuation from 50, which is sort of that average median growth that you expect. We're setting it just a little bit higher than the 50 at 52 because ideally what we're striving for is growth that is consistently at a trend that gets back to Dr. Hernandez's point, which is how are we accelerating students by closing their growth gap, if you will, by targeting a higher growth score over the course of the year. And when you're categorizing all students, I mean, kind of the way growth works in general is it regresses to somewhat of a mean. And without being the statistical analysis that I am not, it essentially just would be a reasonable target for us and ideally a more optimal target to say at least 52, trending toward above 54 as we're going forward. And I'm going to pause there and just make sure that that makes conceptual sense and answer any questions that you may have about that target.
I guess my question with regards to that target
Yep.
and the goal of the growth and proficiency, how are you going to be communicating that goal to your teachers and principals at the site level?
Excellent question. Thank you for that. So what I would envision, once this is finalized and once we're in a position where the board has taken an official action, which by the way, I don't think I mentioned as explicitly that what we would be doing is either at the August 8th meeting, no later than the August 22nd meeting, absolutely finalizing and approving these, is some formal communication that goes out to our whole community, in addition to obviously our staff, that says, here are the goals that have been approved, and here is how we are going to be measuring district-wide performance. How that then cascades down to leadership, starting at an executive level with our cabinet, And then also filtering to all of our schools, all of our principals, and then really ensuring that all teachers and all staff, instructional related staff, understand what these are. I can already tell you that we've had conversations, at least with our district administrators and principals, about setting a target for optimally a 3% growth increase. So you'll see that to some extent already reflected in the TSI goals that we have. But that's essentially the district-wide target that we will envision together. And then in terms of how we want to, as part of that cadence and part of that ongoing progress monitoring approach, we'll be looking closely at this is obviously with our new assessment platform, we'll have the ability to come back to you ideally at least 3 times through the year. And while we haven't set the exact specific date for that, it'll likely be October, early November timeframe for the fall report on current progress. And then an early winter report, likely January, early February, and then obviously an end of the year report that will give you a sense of where we are there. With all of that, I think there's an element of how do we help each member of our team. And I go even beyond the staff element of focus and also elevate how do our students know what their individual growth and proficiency goals are, and how do we make sure that that is obviously shared with families as well? Because to the degree that we all can set goals and that we can all be collectively measuring both our individual and collective performance to that level, this kind of gets to that overarching theme for the year, which is the pursuit of our potential, right? And so being able to see that potential, being able to articulate it, and setting those clear bars. And then I think to the degree that we can, again, mass communication that out and demonstrate progress and success in those areas at both a periodic time of the year, as I mentioned, fall, winter, spring, but really getting down to what does that look like today in the classroom, right? And so when you talk about a learning goal that might be set, how do we ensure that we are working to help all students achieve that goal, right? So the mini goals build into the sub-goals, build into the larger goal. So it's really that cascading process and championing that and supporting the entire system in that effort.
Thank you for answering that. Just, I wanted to let you continue, but backpedaling,
Sure.
With what you brought up, with the bringing the report to us in those 3 time periods, are you going to be looking at collecting feedback from the teachers? How is the process going with trying to increase that growth? Are you going to get any feedback from your principals, your instructional coaches, that kind of, and then feedback from the parents to see, have the parents really seen a growth in their children as well? I guess what's kind of your plan to, once you start this goal process, how to get all of the feedback along those 3 reports from everybody that is involved in it?
I think that's a really important question, and if I may just for a moment pause on the answer, and because I think as we go through the rest of the goals that are a little bit more process oriented, that will help illustrate it a little bit more. But then I'll also just briefly mention, again, this is more of what are we focused on and not as much of the how, but I'm excited to really dive into that with you all together and obviously in partnership with our whole community. So again, just to make sure that we're clear on the first half of the table itself related to elementary, K through 2 and 3 through 8 proficiency and growth, any additional questions on that section of the goals?
So I was just going to ask on the 9 through 12 college and career index, what does that include?
Yep. Okay, so if I may, just at the top of the high school line, you'll see the ELA ACT proficiency and math ACT proficiency, very straightforward in terms of how our students are performing relative to the benchmark for proficiency on ACT's exam. So those marks are reflective of that level of performance. And then we also have, just as a reminder, our Arizona State Science Proficiency Exam where that content mastery is being measured. So those 3 categories, again, are more proficiency focused. College and Career Index assesses a number of post-secondary readiness indicators, everything from graduation rate to a lower dropout rate to the percentage of students that are achieving things like a seal of biliteracy, for example, or a seal of arts literacy. It has percentage of students who are taking and passing AP exams. It's kind of an overall composite of multiple post-secondary and workforce readiness indicators. Currently, where that number will come from is our overall state report or report card. And so it is out of a scale, and I noted this in the star below, out of 20 points, which you can see that right now we're already trending at a 19.7. Obviously, we want to maintain that. It would be great if we could even get all the way to 20 at some point and continue to demonstrate that progress. But essentially, it's a body of evidence that demonstrates the competencies that our graduates have demonstrated as a result of all of their accomplishments within that high school year or high school years. And again, just zooming out, to restate, these represent 12 different categories of academic performance that are measured out in each of these areas. So there would be a possibility, I'm going to go to the next page now, of if you just scroll down to about midway through the page, in those 12 categories with up to 3 points possible for each category, that would represent up to 36 points worth of the total number of points that would be allocated toward this specific goal. And what I'll do is now speak to goal 1B, which is our improved district culture and climate data. So a very similar lens on how we're assessing growth with respect to a couple of key questions that have been pulled from each of our stakeholder survey responses. So you'll see at the top there are 2 parent survey questions that we're electing to zoom in on. The first of which is, my child's school is an excellent school. In 2024, we had 76% of all parent respondents who assessed that at an agree or strongly agree level. I feel welcome at my child's school was at 81%. So what we're targeting there is growth of at least, well, with respect to each of the point categories, we'd like to see the trend continuing to improve in each of those areas. For students, I'm satisfied with the quality of my school. Currently, that's at 51% agree, strongly agree. And I have at least one teacher or counselor who knows me as a person is currently at 57% and agree, strongly agree. So that is, those are 2 essential indicators that we would zero in on there. And then finally, from a staff perspective, I'm satisfied working in my school and department at 80%, and my workplace is positive and professional at a 75% category. That, again, represents different facets of what we're striving for within an improved climate and culture survey. I should add there are a number of other data points. We didn't necessarily have a composite data point that assesses all of the survey data down to the general level of agree or strongly agree, but these are a few that we think, based on some trend analysis, that could be value add as we zoom in on those climate and culture pieces. And then if you add those 6 categories worth of 3 points each, across the goal 1B section, you have the total of 18 performance-based categories in goal 1 that would speak to 54 possible points as reflected in those measures. So, Ms. Ewing, I want to make sure I answered your question effectively, but related to your question or any others in this goal 1A and B section, what additional clarifications needed?
No. I only had that question about what was included in the college and career index that you answered, and I didn't really have, I mean, the survey data, the climate and culture data, I think we can always look at what are other ways we can measure that are more objective and not as subjective, but culture and climate is subjective, but I think that's just always a challenge, so.
I appreciate that.
Dr. Summers, quick question for
Yes,
you.
sir.
So I know you mentioned, I mean, within these, so within the question, my child's school is an excellent school, right? And that kind of being the overall number from, I'm assuming, a series of questions.
That's correct.
Right? So within the series of questions, does the respondent have an opportunity to expand on the response, right? Or is it just all yes or no? Or do they have an opportunity to comment more, which just allows us as a district to understand, well, yeah, you're unhappy, but and then here's why.
So each question that's posed in the survey is based on a 4-point scale, essentially strongly agree, agree, disagree, strongly disagree. And there is a section for open comment, and I just want to verify that that is the case. So we do have both the quantitative and qualitative data that's attached to each of those surveys as part of a regular process year over year.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
President Prophet, if I can ask a question. Okay, I didn't know if you were going to go next or not. Yeah, I do remember seeing that in the parent survey, that it's the strongly agree, and then there's a section for comments. So I do appreciate that part of, for comments, because I do feel like there are parents that would say overall their school is excellent because they love seeing their kid go to the school and have that experience. But I also like the part of having a comment in there, because I do think that there are things that would be beneficial to know what needs to be improved, or what do I like about the school, what do I think could change. So I do like that comment is in there. I did have a question though with the two questions you picked for parents. Why? I guess I'm trying to remember the survey that we did look at, because there was a bunch of them on there. Why did we choose these two specifically? And then were there any on that survey list in the parent categories and the staff categories with a lower number? Because these ones I feel like are a little high, so I just didn't know why we didn't look at the ones that were lower if we're trying to improve. I don't know if that makes sense.
So what I want to be careful not to do in too much speculation. Yeah, the short answer to your question is yes, it's a number of questions in the survey. What we are looking at, and I think part of it is based on trend data that goes back at least 4 years worth of where are we seeing either a flat or even a small decline. So even though you're looking at and I don't remember all these right off the top of my head, I'd have to pull these out and kind of work through subsequently. But essentially, even though that 76% is representative of 3/4 of our parents, it's actually on a small decline from where we'd like to see it, which is, I would say, at least at 80% and hopefully trending higher. The other thing that we have as we look at agree and disagree is we look at the strongly disagree and disagree category. And while you don't have that specific data point in front of you, we're seeing an increase in that answer or in those indicators at that level that we want to offset, if that makes sense. So to some degree, you could look at any of these or all of the questions and say, well, what about that one? And what I think the other thing this represents is sort of a catch-all of the general satisfaction level that our parents, our staff, and our students are feeling and experiencing as a result of being in their respective role. So certainly we can take another look at that and say, are there others that might be of more value? Personally, I think as long as we are making effort to address the overarching or comprehensive culture at each campus, it may not make a huge difference of what the specific questions are here, because as long as we're working toward improving that, it should show increases across the entire board. And part of how I'm answering that is because right now the way that we analyze it is question by question. At some level, we want to see an improvement across all the questions, so that essentially what you're seeing is a higher level of satisfaction and improvement that we can speak to across the board. So I think you can make sort of an argument on either side of that. And over time, what I really want to make sure, and this is probably a bigger, broader point, is that the survey data carries value that each of our school sites can, because by the way, we have data that speaks to each of their performance, so you can sort of see the trends at a specific school level, you can see it at an elementary or high school level, and then you can see it all the way up to the district level. So again, similar to how it's difficult to point to just one specific strategy at a district level that's going to move the needle for all. What we'd want to see is the cascading effect of how each school is working with their respective populations to show that individual improvement, and then that individual improvement across sites levels up to more of that district improvement level. So I know it's a long answer to a question. There's a few different ways that we can look at it, and this is just something, one more thing, that represents more of how we've done it in the past, which we certainly have an opportunity to look at it differently if we wanted to. So that's partly why we're having this feedback session. So definitely open to other thoughts here.
I think, well, because it's just curious to me to where, and I wish I had the other report from the previous one we looked at, but on here you've got the student questions that you chose, and their numbers are significantly low. And then you look at the staff and the parents, those numbers are a little bit higher than what the student responses were. So that's why I was just curious of what was the process picking out the different questions for each group, and why we decided to go with one group, their responses are very low versus the other two groups. Those specific questions are a little bit higher. So that's why I was just.
And one other way to answer that, as you're zooming in on that particular feature, is we focused less on just the raw score itself and more on the overall, what are we noticing from this trend, and what are we noticing in reference to how this indicator reflects to other indicators that are on the survey as a whole. So there are other ways that we certainly can approach that. This, I think, just represents kind of a starting point of that iteration of what we're working toward targeting, at least for this upcoming year. Any other questions?
No, there's no other questions for me. Any other questions?
I was just going to say that maybe this can help answer, and I don't know if this is the answer, but maybe I can get some clarification on this. That just like Heather, Ms. Rooks was saying, that if we had been looking at the survey first and had pulled out some of the areas like, hey, from this is our summary, this is the areas that we want to focus on, then it makes sense. Then it's kind of like, then this is kind of the summary and the focus areas. But when I looked at the other parts of your superintendent evaluation, there are other areas that some of those other questions cover, that we're using different things to measure movement on those, and that I'm just kind of gathering that because this part of it is so focused on student achievement and the things that really make a difference in student achievement, that it seems to me the questions that were pulled out are the ones that you feel like would move the needle most on student achievement. And so you pulled out those questions, and maybe some of those other questions that are in there where we do want to make improvement on, they're covered in other parts of the evaluation. So I just didn't know. I don't want to say that that's the answer because I wasn't the one who did this, but I just wondered if maybe that would lend some more insight if that was kind of the case.
So trying to keep this as simple and straightforward as possible. The survey data, as we look at it from a very comprehensive lens, these were the areas that we felt were highest leverage, if that makes some sense. That
Well, and
have
also
the greatest
stagnated, it sounds like.
Yes, and so I think not to say that these are the only indicators that we're focused on, because obviously we want to see trends that are improving across the board. And I would envision that year over year, we're in a position where we may fluctuate, or we may say, hey, these are going to stay the same for these reasons. But clearly what we want to demonstrate is proactive and intentional effort that gets to these are very high leverage. They're overarching in their overall view, because likely if you're answering these questions in a positive way, you're probably answering other questions also positively in the survey, or vice versa. So I think, while we could, certainly look at other indicators that are worth that consideration, we will be looking at that in a very comprehensive manner. These were the ones that just spoke most loudly, if you will, for this first iteration of this particular goal set.
So almost like these are the trigger questions that typically would be indicated elsewhere. My only question is I'm assuming going to be covered in goal 3, so.
Yes, if we're ready to move on, I'm happy to progress through the rest of the goals.
I guess, I mean, I don't know. I guess with that box of those responses and the questions asked, I don't know, I guess I would have liked to have seen more of a board kind of looking at all of those different questions and which ones to look at for a superintendent goal. So I just wish that would have been able to have it, like, have that full list and be prepared and look through like which ones as a board when we're developing a superintendent goal. But
So is that something that maybe, Dr. Summers certainly can answer this, is that something that maybe you would like to look at as, because this is our kind of, I don't know if it's our first pass through, but to look at, get some summary points from, like in a Friday report, send that out to us, and then
Yeah.
have like the summary points along with that. And then we have an opportunity to look back and talk on that. Is that kind of how you're thinking you'd like to see?
Yeah, because I know, I mean, I remember when we were discussing when the survey results came out, we had a lot of feedback from the community and the parents and the staff and just, trying to think back, but I think that there was a lot of like, well, I feel welcome at my child's school is just so broad that I would like to see more of a, I don't know what word to think of, like more of a focused goal on one of those other areas that, I don't know, like that I would like to just see that the full survey, all of the questions from each subgroup, and just look and see like which ones, if there is any, that can be looked at more so when we're developing a superintendent goal as a board together.
Well, the reason why I was saying with goal 3 is one of the challenges with the survey in the past has been we haven't had great return on those. And so I don't, if everyone else is okay, I want to hear the rest of the presentation with how we're going to address that, just because it might involve us, shaping some questions for an upcoming survey to make sure that we're kind of capturing the data that we need.
Yeah.
So let me just briefly respond, Mrs. Rooks. We certainly can do that. So I'm happy to, it's a lot of information, so I don't want you to necessarily, and when I say this, I'm not suggesting that in and of itself it would create a feeling of overwhelm. There's a lot to process in there. There's certainly an opportunity to reconstitute. I mean, personally, I don't know that I have any strong attachment to any one indicator right now, because I can just tell you in general, what I want to see is improvement across all of our data that's coming in. So I'm happy to share that with you in as accessible or as readable of a format as possible, because it can give you some different insight, and then say, hey, we think, or individually, each of you think this might be the best 2, if we agree that it's 2 different indicators that you all have, so that it is more representative of what the board's direction to the superintendent can be, because I'm happy to honor that. So we can do that offline, or at least through sharing the survey data in a manner that you have the ability to assess that and then provide direct feedback to me. And then this is the beauty of why it still has draft on it, so we can come back to it as we finalize. And then, President Proudfit, to your point, I think if there's nothing else related to 1A, 1B, I'm happy to move into the process-oriented goals, if you will. So these, again, were representative of the brainstorming efforts that the board contributed as part of the June governing retreat. So the language you'll likely recognize from the way the conversations took place. So in reference to goal number 2, we are looking at a process to measure and evaluate existing student achievement with a focus on defining success for all learners, and obviously including in that process the strategies to evaluate our current district special education program. That was one that we talked about specifically in June, as well as addressing student behavior and a review of existing parental involvement and engagement. And the timeline that we're anticipating there is over the course of the next year, breaking that down into a fall, winter, and a spring update with a summary recommendation leaning toward June 1st. So essentially with that goal, what we would anticipate, and I know this is terminology that we've sort of hinted at in previous iterations, but an overarching district scorecard that assesses performance on multiple different measures, obviously with achievement being a big one. The goals as they're currently constructed are focused on more of an aggregate achievement, and what this would be describing are some of those disaggregated measures, as well as other factors that relate to overall student growth and achievement.
Can I ask a quick question since you paused? And I don't know if maybe if it needs to be different wording or if it's just needs to be added, but Dr. Hernandez talked about the need to really be looking at our gifted program. And I feel like, if I'm remembering the org chart correctly, that falls under Director of Special, I don't know if it's special education, but it's
Executive Director of Exceptional
Exception.
Students. Yeah.
Within our academic services team.
Yeah, so I just wondered if, since she mentioned gifted, that this, if maybe we need to put exceptional student services in that way, it can, and because doesn't exceptional student services also encompass, it encompasses gifted, it encompasses.
English language learner.
Yeah, it
And
encompasses.
students that qualify for,
Unless
it's really our
we're just-
subgroup data.
Yeah, so I just wondered if changing that language would then just include that, since she specifically mentioned we'd like to see an increase in that population, because we feel like they're just not being accurately identified.
Absolutely. And if that's the feedback that's the will of the board, I'm happy to detail that out more so that it's, consistent with the same subgroup data that we're tracking within each of those areas. So yes, we can certainly
I think
expand
the
that.
reason, when we had the last retreat, I think the reason we focused on special education was because that was our TSI areas of concern. And so,
Yeah.
because I'm guessing you just based that off of what we gave you
Okay.
in the retreat. But yeah, I think having that data and having that all-encompassed division would be great.
We certainly can broaden that out. Any other feedback relative to goal 2? Okay, moving to goal 3, conducting an assessment of existing stakeholder engagement and developing recommendations to increase engagement across all stakeholder groups. So again, starting with a determination of what's currently in place and effective at the local/building level and across the district, as well as assessing ways that student voice is utilized as a source of information for district decisions, and if appropriate, offering suggestions for how student voice can be amplified. And our anticipated timeline at this point is by December 1, reporting out on our existing stakeholder engagement strategies, and then formalizing recommendations for consideration going forward no later than June.
I guess with the assess ways student voice is utilized as a source of information for district decisions, and then offering suggestions for how student voice can be amplified. I don't know if there's something that can be added in with parental knowledge, parental consent, kind of when you're working on those, assessing those ways of getting that information from students and student voices, if we're adding in that parental consent form, I guess, parental piece.
Sure. Again, I'm not sure that detailing out all of the how is necessarily the focus of the goal document, but I think one of the things that we did discuss back in June was making sure that we see our students as key stakeholders in our community. So you could actually, we didn't necessarily speak to even staff and or parent stakeholder involvement as well, but it's sort of built into all of that. So I think I can actually go a next step to also highlight we honor all of our stakeholders in our community, obviously students and families and the connection that's there. So that would be part of the overarching analysis as well.
Okay.
Is what you're getting at, because I think I understand what you're getting at, is essentially if a student provides feedback and a parent's providing feedback and it's a parent-child and they're contrary to each other, does the parent win essentially? Or, you know, is the parent understanding what information their student is providing that is then guiding district decisions? And is that in line with what the parent wants?
Right, yeah. Yeah, so just that piece of this, because obviously the students, like you said, are key stakeholder in, but they also are overseen by their parents when they're under 18. So I just want to make sure that that piece is factored in.
Well, and it isn't, anytime we're surveying our students, we have to follow the parents' rights, which is that there is that notification to parents that this type of feedback or survey is being done. So that's built in by law and
Yeah,
by
yeah.
policy, so.
And I guess too is then with that parental law, if they do give that permission for their students to complete a survey, I guess letting them know that student information might be, I mean, it says here as a source of information for district decisions, and then what are those answers of the students? Because if it's, like if the parents are able to, I know that they are allowed to see educational records, but if our parents truly know and understand that, because if there's something that's being answered by the student, like what you said, might be contradictory to what the parent is seeing. Like that's where I'm kind of, I just want to make sure that we're correlating with that when we're talking about students under 18, kind of just that overall, how are we going to communicate that to parents in that goal? What does that communication look like, that piece? Like, oh, yes, you can take this student survey, but ultimately, do we communicate with the parents? Where does that student feedback, where does it go to? And what type of information in that feedback is going to be looked at for district decisions? So kind of that train, how are you going, that
It's
kind
almost
of
like a
thing.
flow chart of
Yeah.
how voice is
So that-
being curated and
Right.
then analyzed as well as shared and making
Right,
sure that parents
so that
are
our
obviously-
parents do understand that
We
whole
could even have
process.
the parents or send it out as a parent-student survey so that parents are doing it in conjunction to open up conversations. If a student, personally, if my student was filling out a survey and said they don't feel like they have a trusted adult on campus, that would be something as a parent I would want to know immediately. And so I could see the value of maybe even coordinating that effort and having an option for parents to do it in conjunction with their students.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, moving forward to last page, goal 4, conducting an assessment of staff wellness and developing strategies to attract, develop, and retain high-quality staff. A couple of sub-bullets there, reviewing existing professional development to ensure that staff have the tools necessary to be successful, as well as assessing existing compensation protocols and researching potential revisions that can help attract and retain the highest quality staff. So we know that that's ongoing work. And part of what was alluded to here on the timeline, I don't know that this timeline is representative of all of that effort, but a mid-year assessment to allow for new staff to acclimate and share their experience. And just one thought on that as a brief example is specifically zeroing in on staff members that are new this year or within their first couple of years, and making sure that we have an understanding of those staff member experiences unique to being brand new to an organization, as well as being able to address the comprehensive myriad of our staff members, from our most veteran to our brand new. So that again is designed to be an overarching staff wellness and staff wholeness type of a policy with those aspects of attraction, development, and retaining or retention of high quality staff.
So, Dr. Summers, I had brought this up to you before, and we had a conversation around this, but since the board is all here, so, and I really liked the language that Ms. Gonzalez used, which was the talent management, which I think encompasses all of the things that is in this, but one of the things that I had asked for was an additional bullet point to be assessing and find ways to improve our employee culture. Certainly with the end goal of obviously attracting and retaining. And I think that when Mrs. Gonzalez gave her presentation, she used the word talent management and then gave all the descriptors around that. And it seemed like that was a really great description of what I was looking for to be included in this, is that not only are we looking at the training and how do we develop our talent and certainly ways to compensate them, but how can we make sure that our work environments are positive work environments and good climates, and how do we build professionals and collaboration and all of that. And so however that can be included, I thought she had really great language to just steal from her.
Great.
But I just wanted to add that in.
Absolutely.
I think, I mean, I love seeing this on here, especially with what you just mentioned with that, because, you know, over the course of the past couple of years, I've really have heard from teachers really are frustrated and hoping to keep them here of what happens at the district level versus what happens at the classroom. And so a lot of times there's that disconnect where they don't feel like they're being heard, or they don't feel like they can say something, because at the district level, it's like there's no connection between the two. It seems like it's up here and we're down here. And so I think when you talk about like changing that, attracting, develop, and retain high quality staff, if that's a way to retain them and keep them here by acknowledging, hey, just, you're not down here, you're up here with us too. We're wanting to include you in these decisions. We're wanting, I think, I've just heard that over the past couple of years of a really big disconnect between the two. So I don't know if that can be factored in when we're retaining high quality staff.
Well, I think, you know, cadence is going to be the word I'll probably use a lot. But the great thing about kind of this great reset that we're doing this year with all the new curriculum, with Ms. Garcia and Dr. Hernandez really hitting the ground running with Dr. Summers, is it gives us a great opportunity to take the time to set that cadence. And so once that gets rolling and it's a repeated seeking information from educators and checking in, and they can begin to really rely on that, hopefully that this will set up the structure to alleviate some of the, you know, some of maybe the confusion about how to have their voice really be involved in holistically all decisions within the district.
I don't know, maybe because it's still, you know, long day we're gonna have, but did you say Ms. Garcia or after Dr. Hernandez?
I think you may have meant Ms.
Got-
Gonzalez.
okay.
Sorry,
not to speak
Gonzalez
for you,
did not mean Garcia.
Okay, I was like, wait, what? I'm confused. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, nope, you're good. I just wanted to make sure what I heard. Okay. Yeah, I agree.
So I've got good notes on this one that reflects the bigger culture dynamics that we're talking about, as well as we just talked about elevating student voice, obviously with parent connection to that, and how are we making sure that we're honoring and elevating staff voice and empowerment in this process as well. So goal 5 is ensuring that we have reviewed our existing safety protocols and plans and assessing best practice, both from a state perspective as well as creating strategies to improve and strengthen our local school district protocols. So obviously working with existing staff to address those protocols and analyze trainings, CPTED implementation, and other current emergency response plans. We did create an initial timeline of a status update by October 1, especially in light of the fact that we have a new safety director as well as a new school year that will be fast approaching. So, and then actually, as we were just talking about the cadence piece and some of these others, this 90-day action plan cycle is something that I think can apply to each of these goals, so that you all have an understanding of here's what we're prioritizing, here's how we're defining success within this goal area, here's what we learned or what we found in that process, and obviously celebrating those successes where they're there, as well as recognizing opportunities for continuous improvement. So that would be goal 5.
I did have a question on goal 5.
Sure.
Where it says work with existing staff to assess current protocols and like current emergency response plans. Are you going to be also including that with our cities, our city of Glendale, city of Peoria, of how those correlate?
So yes, essentially acknowledging the presence and application of those external partnerships, if you will. Obviously, this is a joint effort. So anytime that we're partnering with, yes, our folks from law enforcement and or other outside agencies, yes, I can certainly add a dimension that speaks to that.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, David. We're
No,
just
but
totally ignoring you over there.
But you
Like,
just-
don't need to.
What you just said kind of just sparked, I mean, look, our students utilize our facilities, right? And I think they'd be an invaluable voice in that as well.
Thank you, sir. Absolutely. Yeah, it should be noted, and I think we're speaking to this both with respect to individual goals, but also recognizing and coming back to the interrelationship and the overlap that exists across all of these. So none of these goals exist unto themselves, and yet it's sort of an organizing framework for at least our efforts to say, here's how we're pursuing efforts in each of these categories, which takes us to goal 6, which is part of that overarching and how all the different, yes. Oh, I'm so sorry. Goal 5?
Yes, just
Okay,
real
I'm so sorry.
quickly, I think it's in there, or maybe the language just isn't there. SEPDED, I always think of that's building, and that's how we make sure that our buildings and our physical features are safe on the campus.
Sure.
But I want to make sure that when we're talking about safety protocols, we're also talking about, and some of that's in emergency response plans, but how are we making sure personal safety, which that tends to fall underneath, which is crisis, individual student crisis plans, which is more handled, even though she's leaving, it would have been handled like underneath Kathleen Leonard's and student safety in regards to that. So,
Is that where, I'm just looking at what you're talking about. Would that maybe be under work with existing staff to assess current protocols?
no, so it's an actual, so if a student is suicidal, if a student is, if there is student interpersonal challenges that are bringing real safety issues, that, having a fence is not, appropriate fence, that's not helping it. So it's more of individual student crisis plan, and that just making sure that this is built into it, and that goes into he's no longer here, but that goes into with individuals, the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 responses that we put in place for when those students have real crises. If we have a student on campus who has a mental health breakdown, what do those processes look like? And maybe that's included, but
the intent is yes, it's not spelled out precisely that way. So I think that's additional feedback that we can help broaden that perspective to think both in terms of facility and overall district-wide emergency processes, as well as making sure that we're attending to student safety needs as represented through safety plans and coordination of resources, et cetera.
It might even be a totally separate goal too, because, as we brought this one forward in that retreat, it was pretty facility focused, so that might be a totally separate.
Yes, and coming back to everything relating to everything, it sort of all does connect. So let me take a stab at how I think within an overarching safety frame, the safety and well-being of all students is, synonymous with how we're making sure that we also have a comprehensive district framework to prepare for different events and the emergency response piece of things as well. Okay, so then goal 6 is to review our existing strategic plan to determine its relevance to the challenges and opportunities that exist today and make recommendations regarding an approach for our next iteration. So this one is bulleted out with analyzing our existing plan, research planning partners to help facilitate a process, developing, again, that cadence for ongoing review and focusing on deep stakeholder connections to the process. We recognize that this is likely a year-long approach to where we will be ideally by June with a renewed strategic plan. So I'm going to leave it hopefully as simple as that, although open to any feedback or suggestions that you may have within this particular goal.
I think that looks good, especially the conversations of it takes a year to kind of look through what works, what doesn't work, and looking at the strategic plan and what factors have been finished, maybe some that we need to go back and relook at. I think that is a good developing goal for a year. Yeah.
Any others? All right. Moving along to goal 7, to conduct a review of existing district financial conditions and developing recommendations to optimize district resources and facilities. So certainly this would align itself with our continuous efforts related to budget development and understanding resource allocation parameters, and we've talked on some of those things within the scope of this meeting even. We're targeting currently an initial timeline of a January 15th update. So open to feedback there.
I just wanted to, I don't know if it would be under this one, I'm just, because we've talked about it a little bit already, is reviewing the grants that we currently have in that financial piece, and then what grants maybe are still out there, just with all of the areas of needs that we have continuously growing. So I don't know if that's something that could be added under that existing district financial conditions and reviewing it with that piece.
Yeah, I was going to add, I was thinking the same thing, and because I thought maybe, and maybe I'm incorrect on this, that there was going to be an additional resource of person out there helping gather those grants or that. And I can't remember if that was a need that your department had or if that was something we were doing, and that if that's going to be, if we're adding an individual in the grant, and maybe I'm completely wrong and thinking of
No,
something else.
we brought it up in a study session about the possibility of perhaps opening up a position where a full-time grant writer.
Okay,
It was after
thank
the
you.
safety
It wasn't
conference
dreaming.
and, yeah.
Okay, so I wasn't dreaming that. Okay, so and given that that's something that was brought up as a need, it would be nice to have that language in here so it would fall underneath what we had spoken about. So
I just had one comment. With the people that are on the budget committee, just maybe taking a look at that and perhaps doing some kind of survey of just how that's going, how, if they still want to be on that committee. That's such an exhaustive committee. Like, that is a massive, massive responsibility. And thankfully, we have a lot of staff who are willing to take on that additional responsibility. But just checking in with them to make sure that everyone's still on board for that undertaking.
Yeah, that sounds good for me, yeah.
We would be happy to make sure that those pieces, again, sort of work from a strategy, development and execution standpoint. So, excellent.
Mr. Sandoval, anything? Or, I know that us ladies
real quick.
talking.
Ms. Myers, the Budget Committee, is that an annual ask? Meaning, do we just go with the same individuals year over year, or do we send out an ask to the entire employee base to try to bring in new lenses, into the mix?
Thank you. President Proudfit, Mr. Sandoval, members of the governing board. It's partly that. It's also a continuation of work that started under Mrs. Pallas Thompson, where we basically expanded the membership. It used to be much smaller, and we wanted to make sure that if someone had an interest, they had the opportunity to participate. So there wasn't a cap. We actually opened it up and wanted to have more classified employees serving as well, because at one point in time, years in the past, there were more teachers and certified staff, so we wanted to make sure there was a really good mix of all employee groups, and so it grew to be over 40 people. So if someone reached out, of course, the time commitment and the time frame shared, and people are asked to attend regularly. In fact, at one of the first meetings, the calendar, the timeline, and the expectation that there'll be attendance at the meeting is shared, as well as a goal and a priority sheet is provided where each team member can highlight their goals and priorities as part of participating on the budget team. And so we do keep it open to new people. If someone doesn't want to continue for a variety of reasons, time commitment or other things, they can step off. So it's been very fluid. And from time to time over the years, we have asked for feedback in a formal survey. And so certainly your comments and requests are being noted, and we can incorporate them in next steps. Thanks.
This brings us, thank you for the inclusiveness efforts. Last but not least, Goal 8, and I think, again, this stemmed from our conversation back in June, just continuing to work in conjunction with our board to evaluate existing policies regarding board self-assessment and development to ensure appropriate information is received to facilitate important and informed decisions. So how do we continue to strive to seek alignment between our strategic objectives and board operations? So I don't know that the timeline bullet speaks to this broadly enough, but essentially policy review is, we know, is a big responsibility of the board, as well as what other opportunities we have to continue to support the ongoing efforts, both from a self-assessment and continuous growth and development perspective, as far as our governing board and superintendent partnership and how that plays out in the system. So all that to say, we will be looking at that as we work through the year, but targeting March, also keeping in mind that we will have, with an upcoming board election, a board dynamic that will invite whoever our new members are at that point. So a great opportunity to continuously use the board's ongoing shifts to make sure that this is a priority of all of our future boards. So any other feedback on that one before I move to the last quick section of this document?
So I was just going to say that, or David, do you want to go first? Okay. I was just going to say that I appreciate the alignment of the strategy with our policies. I know that, and I think this is probably more basic on what they're doing. I know that ASBA right now, to all of their members, they are doing a free review of policies, just to make sure that each district has all of the changes needed. But I think that actually looking at our policies and our new goals to make sure we might need to have additional policies in there, like, for instance, having something that shows a policy that's more shows how we're data-driven and student-focused. So really beefing up our policies to support all of the new strategies, I'm definitely in big support of. And I know that board self-assessment and development, I think I've spoken to you about that. I went back and I asked I asked one other board member, I think I asked you, that, and another one, that the board in a really long time has not. The board, being over the last 12, 16 years, hasn't done a board self-assessment on a regular basis. And I know other districts do that, and and they do some development, and they're making sure that everything that's on the agenda is also reflective of what the strategic goals are and where the direction is going, and that's all a part of it. And it's really helpful for the community to see the real focused, laser-focused effort on our main thing, which is the students and the student achievement. So I appreciate that this was put in here.
I am so all for board self-assessment. I think as we really kind of hone in and focus on exactly how we're being accountable, absolutely we need to hold ourselves to that or an even higher standard. And so absolutely, one thing that would be really helpful for me in the coming days as we finalize this, is I would love a centralized calendar where all of these different kind of checkpoints, and maybe we could even include the financial checkpoints, all the different things that we have coming up, just so that we all are on the same page. And to your point, making sure that our agendas are staying really focused. I know for me and probably for David, that would be extremely helpful. And just so the public knows what to expect, we know what to expect, and just have a centralized document to even share when needed for people that want to come for specific topics.
And I guess too with, I don't know if this would fall under their Dr. Summers, but when you talk about evaluating existing policies, looking at our scope with ASBA and how much we are pulling out of our budget for the policies that they have with us, I think is also a factor on, I guess that could be into the budget financial piece, but then also looking at from a standpoint of policy development with them versus with the in-district in-house, I guess.
Got it. Any other feedback related to the goal content? So the last and somewhat, well, I don't want to make it awkward part, but in terms of how each of these goals would carry specific weight with respect to agreed upon measures that then encompass ultimately what by contract there's performance pay that's attached to. There's a number of different ways that we can do this. Part of how the goal 1A and 1B are designed right now is out of a certain number of points. So we could certainly just say there's 54 points that are built there, bless you. And there would be, if we wanted a 100-point scale, for example, we could say then whatever the weight is for the remaining 7 goals encompasses the other 46 points, which, like rough math, would be like 6.5 points eligible, if you will. It doesn't have to necessarily be thought of strictly by virtue of points, but it is one way to objectively account for progress and ultimate attainment. So, for example, we could say, hey, any goal that is met fully from top to bottom and every bullet is checked would be eligible for the full 6 points, if you will, or 6.5. If we want to keep it on 100, it doesn't even have to be 100. We could use it. It's sort of like whatever we want it to be, right? But I just want to mention it right now because that would be part of how we're formalizing what the understanding and collective effort would be measured as, because where this would land is sometime in June, we would sit down and have a conversation about progress toward these goals and what was achieved, what still needs to happen, and then that overarching goal attainment would be part of what we're essentially agreeing upon here. So any feedback or initial thoughts on that breakdown?
So,
David? I'm just kidding.
So I know I've looked at the evaluation that was used with Dr. Reynolds. I know I've looked at it, but that was a long time ago. And I don't remember the percentage. And I know that this one is different as far as the number of goals and so forth. But before I decide on the goals, I feel like when I looked at his, that there was a pretty heavy weight given to the academic achievement, piece, which, yeah, obviously that makes sense. That's why we're all here. And so I don't remember what that percentage is, if I'm looking at the percentage of the total, down at the bottom. So I would like to know that, and I don't know that you necessarily
I can speak to
have
that briefly,
so.
although Mr. Sandoval, do you want to?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, kind of unpack that a little bit. If I recall, it was like 4 different categories, and I think it might have been 40% academics, and then it went down 20, 20, 20.
You got
right?
it. You got it.
Across climate and culture and.
Yeah, so it was based on those 4 goals, essentially, with the bulk of essentially goal 1, or it wasn't necessarily broken out 1A, 1B, but that was 40% of the total weight, and then there were 3 other categories that were weighted at 20%. Obviously, we have a few more categories here, so we can do a relative correlation to that, that keeps it simple. I should add, without moving on to our next agenda item, there also could be consideration given, depending on any use of an evaluation instrument, because on one hand, this is a lot of what you're holding me accountable to, but there's also the potential of how the evaluation instrument comes into focus that could also carry whatever the weight is. But again, we have the ability to essentially be creative or determine that together and make sure that it's reflective of the board's priorities of the superintendent.
So I'm going to ask a challenging question. Maybe it's challenging. There's 8 goals, and the previous one had 4 categories. Well, is there a possibility, 8 goals, would we be able to make maybe 4 categories or I'm trying to think, 4 categories, I guess, so it would be a total of 5 categories, but of the goals, I'm sorry, so there's, of the 8 goals, make it 4 categories and then not take away anything, not take off any of them, but put them under different topics, because then that might be able to help us instead of looking at 8 different areas. That's just a suggestion, and I don't know if that complicates it.
Right.
So,
I'm going to say something, I don't know if anyone else agrees with me, so feel free to disagree. You know, being that performance-based pay is really supposed to serve as a motivation to improve performance, I would love to see you take a crack at what you think is fair and how you're prioritizing it, kind of as first steps. Because like you said, it is a pretty comprehensive list of goals. And since, again, the point of this is to really motivate those goals moving forward, I would love to see how you think it should be.
I am happy to take that pursuit on. I will tell you, the motivation is not going to come necessarily from the reward. It comes from the recognition of what this job involves and what just how grateful I am for the opportunity to serve. So, but I do think there's a way to simplify it. And Ms. Ewing, actually, what you just brought up is potentially another, because 8 goals is a lot. Like, even though everything that's in here is very important in its nature. So I don't want to compromise the integrity of any of what we've been talking about. But there may be a way to organize it in such a manner that helps align to some simplicity and a very clean way of identifying here are the major categories. And ultimately, what's really important for me is that there's clarity on what are the deliverables that you can expect so that there's an expectation that can be demonstrated and then achieved that really sets the stage for how we move through this year as well as subsequent years with that effort in mind.
So maybe with that said, I mean, and to President Proudfit's point, I mean, even taking a crack at what those categories may look like, because if I'm not mistaken, the categories were academics, the climate and culture, I think was one, and then, you know, just looking at these other goals, I think business and finance might have been a category, if I'm not mistaken, and the tool, and the safety could be, you know, maybe a 4th category if we wanted to make it simple math, right? But anyhow, would love to see, you know, thoughts on how we break this up into major categories.
I'm happy to take that and roll with it. I just want to make sure that the other thing I represent is, because this is very quality interaction that's based on now 2, you know, both our retreat in June as well as today. So I don't want to lose track of any of what we've already covered. I just want to make sure that it's organized in such a manner that elevates the importance of each of these. And I'm happy to, with that permission, just take this, and what I would anticipate is bringing it back for a review at our upcoming board session in August, early August. If we're ready by then to take that vote, great. If we need one more view of it, then we have until August 22nd to really put the finishing touches on it and finalize.
Everybody good with that? Great.
All right, and I know we're moving into our next, well, President Proudfit, I'll let you move us to our next item first. I'm just ready to go.
Quite all right. All right, 3.3, review and discuss superintendent evaluation. So,
And are we,
turn the time over
I
to
was
you.
just going to do a quick check. Do we need a minute, or is everybody doing okay?
I might take a minute, just a quick.
So let's
do like a
just
5 minute this time?
Yep. So
Okay.
we'll come back at 12:15. right, are we ready to get started? All right, we'll move on to 3.3. Dr. Summers?
Thank you, President Prophet, Governing Board. So from draft superintendent goal review, we are now moving into the process for the evaluation of superintendent. So I have a hard copy packet that's in front of you. And my goal is to keep this mostly high level because I think there's a few things that we are trying to accomplish. And the starting point for our accomplishment, at least today, will be to ground ourselves in what in policy is the expectation related to the current evaluation process for the superintendent, to talk a little more about what the current instrument is that we use, to explore the potential use of a revised instrument, if that's what we decide is the way to go, or the board decides that. And finally, to consider other potential processes related to the evaluation process as a whole, both with respect to timeline and the use of an instrument. So, and I should add, really today is more the discussion piece. There really isn't a formal decision in front of you, but at least an opportunity to touch on some of these things. So the first page of your packet, and you'll see some highlights in it, is our current policy CBI, evaluation of superintendent. So I just wanted to call out a few notes. And by the way, you may recall that this was a recently revised policy based on recent revisions or updates that did come to us via CASBA or ASBA. So sometimes I throw a C in front of it because I'm used to Colorado Association of School Boards. Anyway, that's just my own brain at work. Thank you for letting me illustrate it. The governing board shall evaluate the superintendent at least once per year. So that is the current language that is built into policy. Prior to our academic year, the board and superintendent will meet to agree on an evaluation instrument. And you can see that last sentence of the second paragraph, the superintendent shall provide each member of the board and a copy of our agreed upon evaluation instrument, again, not later than September 1. So that's our goal, is to use the time that we have today to help set our sails in that direction. The board president then should schedule a meeting not later than March 30th, when the board would devote an executive session to the evaluation of the superintendent's performance, to discuss working relationships between the superintendent and the board, and to review the superintendent's contract with the superintendent president, or with superintendent present. I didn't necessarily go on to highlight the rest, but essentially what we're speaking to is the process that the board would use to essentially compile and conduct the evaluation. And then essentially a written evaluation shall be given to the superintendent. And then there's contractual elements of this that are a little bit later, which may not be necessarily the most pressing need that we have to spend time on right now. So that's step one, is just the policy CBI as a whole. Now, related to CBI, if I go to the next document, and there's a few that I uploaded here. What I wanted to start with is our current exhibit, CBI-E, which is the instrument that has been in use in Peoria for, I'm not sure how long, but essentially ever since it has last been reviewed. So what you'll see in this current exhibit is 3 parts of the instrument as a whole. Part 1 is the assessment of the superintendent's demonstration of executive skills, and you'll see how those are separated out a little bit later in the document. Part 2 is then an assessment of progress made toward performance goals. So that would be the overlay of the goals that we just discussed in alignment with the evaluation or the instrument as a whole. And then the last part is really the assessment of overall performance. Then you see a rating scale that is attached to the different components of part 1 of the instrument. So within that, and I'll just keep this very high level right now, the demonstration of executive skills include board relations, community relations, staff and personnel relations, business and finance, and strategic planning. And then in addition to those indicators, And so there are sub-indicators I should mention under each of those bigger headings of Part 1. And essentially the design of this would be an overall rating of the 1 through 4 with each of those areas. And that's kind of the extent of it. Then to the degree that Part 2 filters into Part 1 and then Part 3 is the overall performance. What I can just tell you at a very high level, my brain started doing was trying to make a lot of different connections to something that I just don't know if it's spelled out as much as it could be. So without spending a ton of time necessarily looking at exactly how that is currently or not currently spelled out, what I thought would be helpful then is looking at least 2 other instruments and how those are currently designed. So the goal really is to at least illuminate what some other systems are currently using. And so you see on the next document in your packet, the CBIE with potential Exhibit A. So I just use that terminology to call out and then I said AKA, also known as the previous ASBA instrument, and the instrument that is currently being utilized in Scottsdale. And there wasn't any rhyme or reason to this other than I had a conversation with a couple of our superintendents in the North Valley and said, hey, what are you guys currently using? So Dr. Menzel from Scottsdale Unified just shared this with me. So what you see is something similar in terms of the rating scale. Although it's nope, excuse me. 1 through 4 is consistent on this one as it is with our current Peoria 1. Deer Valleys is interesting when we get to that one next. But the performance responsibilities and duties that you'll see are listed and then aligned to Governing Board Policy CBA, which is the qualifications and duties of the superintendent. I didn't make a copy of that, but we can certainly pull that up if necessary. So then you see, for example, the high-level categories starting with academic achievement, which I found interesting that our current instrument doesn't necessarily speak to that. So that's just one note I'll call out. District operations, governing board management, personnel management. And then there's a Part 2, so they kind of elevate those 4 categories of essential duties under the heading of the position. And then the second part gets to professional acumen and cultural fit. And so you see under there 3 different categories. So committing to the strategic plan to ensure all individual learners reach their full potential and demonstrated alignment with the core values. And then there's an annual goal that could live under there. Committed to a culture of accountability with the highest ethical standards and integrity and demonstrating leadership, good stewardship, and fiduciary responsibilities. So you kind of have Part 1 and 2 that are broken down, and then Part 3 is other feedback and recommendations. And so it's interesting because I think this tool sort of blends the goals with the different rubric categories, and then you see how that takes them through the criteria itself and the position requirements under the 4 big headings, the professional acumen and cultural fit under the other 3. And then a summary evaluation scale and key that's on the last page, which I don't know that we have to touch a ton on right now. The last potential exhibit then that I just wanted to illustrate today was, again, borrowed from Deer Valley School District. This is their current instrument. So one of the first things is just noting that their rating scale is a reverse 1 to 5 order, starting with outstanding to 5 is unsatisfactory, which is a little, it's just different. And then you see some of the different headings. So educational leadership is broken into standard 1, facilitating the development, articulation, implementation, and stewardship of a vision for learning that is shared and supported by the school community. Standard 2, advocating and supporting curricular and instructional programs which promote the success of students. Section B, relationship with the governing board. Standard 3, developing, nurturing, and maintaining productive and professional relationships with the board. Section C, communications, implementing positive and proactive communication strategies for effective parent and community involvement to improve the learning environment for all students. Section 5, management, effective management of services, programs, operations, and resources. Section E, personal leadership, develop or demonstrating high standards of ethics, honesty, and integrity in all personal and professional interactions. And then part 2 is the setup of annual goals and objectives. And there's a rating scale that gets to a little bit of what we just touched on in our goal conversation, sort of the exceeding the expectations of a goal, attaining the goal, satisfactory progress toward the goal, needing more progress toward the goal, or unsatisfactory progress toward attaining the goal. So it would sort of take that 3-point scale in some respects and blow that out, at least with respect to some of the process-oriented goals. And then lastly, the overall assessment of part 3. Now, what's helpful about the Deer Valley instrument right now is if you flip to then the next page, it starts with CBIR. So this is their corresponding regulation that speaks to guidelines of the evaluation process. So steps in the formal evaluation process include a formative meeting that's conducted in an executive session prior to November 15th, where there's a process for a written report and oral presentation from the superintendent regarding progress toward current year goals and objectives, and a completion report of the prior year's goals and objectives. And then the summative annual evaluation is conducted prior to May 31st. And why I think it's important to just talk about the timeline in addition to the use of the tool is essentially where we are right now relative to where we'll be in a few months, right? So if you just kind of accelerating through the rest of that document, there's the part 1 of the evaluation instrument, part 2 of annual goals and objectives, and then lastly, the overall assessment. And then this last page, and Ms. Ewing, full transparency, I believe you shared this with me as an example of another district, I believe it's Tempe, that's utilizing this process for their evaluation of superintendent, which I believe is their actual CBI policy. And part of why I just wanted to illustrate that is there's a lot of flexibility with CBI that you can put into place.
I think all they did was they just added, if it's the one that I think it is, they just added like kind of the data-driven and then the data monitoring and that type of thing, which we now have on a calendar 3 times a.
So a couple things I just want, so to that end, and just highlighting a couple of additional considerations as we're brainstorming really through this, is under their evaluation process, there are the 3 components of performance objectives, which are essentially the measurement of system-wide academic and financial performance measures to be determined annually by the board. Number 2 is a leadership competency survey that's administered annually to the board and superintendent for self-assessment. And then something that's unique in theirs is a 360-degree survey to be administered annually to a random selection of district stakeholders, including but not limited to staff, central office staff, community leaders, students, parents, and any other parties who interact regularly with the superintendent throughout the school year. In addition to that, there's a recognition, and trying to find the exact language here, as to the timeline. And if you go kind of almost to the very bottom of that page, kind of the last few lines, and I thought about this a little bit from the perspective of both our board and superintendent growing relationship, and then the desired process. But if the superintendent's contract is in the first year, this initial evaluation will not necessarily be a comprehensive evaluation, but will be used to allow the board to communicate its perspective on the superintendent's performance to date, and to allow the board and the superintendent to communicate on performance matters. Additional first-year evaluations may be completed by the board at the board's discretion or upon invitation by the superintendent. However, the first fully comprehensive evaluation will be that which occurs in November of the superintendent's second year. And the only thing I will just say regarding that is we want the superintendent evaluation to be as meaningful and as value add to not just obviously our working relationship, but to the impact that it has on behalf of our whole community. With the goals that we have drafted and what we know we're going to be pursuing, I think that represents a pretty strong roadmap of where we want to go. In terms of how do we get there, right? To what degree a current evaluation instrument may not satisfy all the different elements of what we're thinking through, it's a consideration to say, hey, do we not worry too much about an evaluation instrument right now? Focus more on the efforts that are related to the goals themselves. Really use some time to narrow our focus to how this evaluation can be best designed and then implemented, and recognize that we're likely committing to at least a year, couple years worth of really good assessment and data that really frames what the baseline of these goals are. All that to say, you could do as simple as just completing the goals as the primary focus of the evaluation for this first year, or whatever. At any given point, the board can say, hey, we really want to zoom in on any one of these specific areas and standards. So there's a lot of flexibility in that, but I want to make this as meaningful and as purposeful as it possibly can be, both from your vantage point as well as what will be of greatest service to success in this tenure. So I know that's a lot to consider, but I wanted to at least, again, lift up some of these different points and then invite just additional reflection, feedback, and consideration for our best next steps.
Yeah. So you mentioned earlier that the evaluation tool that we've been using as a district has been in place for some time. I agree there is a need, and I think the time is now to adapt that to, Peoria Unified today, right? And a new superintendent and your goals. I don't mind, the focus on the goals in this first 12 months to help us with the gift of time to adapt an evaluation tool that makes sense moving forward, right? That is relevant, right? Is intentional and is applicable to, again, the goals and the vision of the district over the next, 3, 5, 7 years. That makes sense to me. That said, so the performance goals versus an evaluation results in, two different benefits, right? How would we delineate, if we move forward just for this first year with goals only, how would we delineate those, or would there not be an evaluation benefit, I guess, in the first 12 months?
I could see it being either way, right? I could see us saying, hey, within the scope of these goals, here are the expectations that we want to make sure that you're being held accountable to. And I'm actually going to share just a quick side note, which even though there's value to thinking about continuous improvement on a 1 through 4 scale, there's also kind of a bottom line of, am I doing it or am I not, right? Because to some extent, from the board's angle, there's a really big difference between a 4 and a 1. I don't think there's a huge difference between a 3 and a 4, right? Or a 2 and a 1, right? It's sort of like there shouldn't be that much gray, because is there really that much difference in terms of my performance if you're saying, hey, we like you doing this, we want you to do these things better? Well, that's a feedback conversation, right? That's an opportunity to say continuous improvement in these areas results in this. What's hard about the current 1 through 4 scale in our current instrument is there's no real rubric to it. So one of you might really look at it and say, hey, it's a 4 because I just really like 4s more than I like 3s. But somebody may say, well, I don't know, I'm kind of like in between a 2 and a 3. Well, the only value that comes from that, it's not in the number, it's in the quality of conversation that we're having, if that makes sense. So I think there's a way to synthesize the two, because obviously the implication is not that you're not evaluating me, you're evaluating me really every step of the way. But to the degree that the feedback is really value add and it's helping know we're on track here, we're not on track here, that sort of yes or no feature may not have as much value through the use of an instrument itself, if that makes sense. So I think it gives us permission to really develop that fully. The other thing I would add, and what I really like about at least that last section, is to what degree can the board get feedback that goes beyond just the board's perspective? I do think it's important recognizing that I have the ability and opportunity to influence multiple stakeholder groups in this role. Well, how is that rolling out to our district administrators, our teachers, our parents, our students, right? So that 360-degree tool, which takes some time to develop, and by the way, the goal today wasn't to necessarily dive into all that detail, would be we could easily attach a goal that says we're going to develop this robust process for multiple opportunities for community engagement, because to the degree that I think we can be transparent and accessible to what our full community's expectations are, I think there's a real opportunity within that. So
I'm coming at this from a business perspective, you know, and identifying you as essentially the CEO of our district. These are some really ambiguous evaluations. Like, I could not imagine taking this to the CEO of one of our companies and having information that is valuable moving forward. In my opinion, I want every stakeholder in our district to view you as our superintendent. That being said, not every stakeholder group is going to have the interactions with you necessary to provide meaningful feedback. Aligning the evaluation tool to the goals is, I think, absolutely crucial. It was kind of shocking that we have an evaluation tool that doesn't have academic achievement on there, as obviously that is number one. So for me, I would love to see the evaluation tool reflect the goals, and then beyond that, and maybe working with Ms. Fesley and HR, receive feedback from administrator group, you know, as a subsect unto itself with its own survey, so that you can gather data from the different groups you're interacting with about how your performance as CEO is going and is viewed within those groups. Because I don't know that us trying to bring that information to a board evaluation is going to be reliable enough for you to have an understanding about how you're really landing with the community. That being said, if I had a criticism, is sometimes it feels like there are so many goals. Our strategic plan is so comprehensive. I want the community to feel like they understand at a first glance what is happening within the schools, what we are choosing to focus our resources on and focus on, so that they can see the needle moving, so that they have an opportunity to kind of get behind and get us all on the same page with what we're moving towards. And so I just want to be careful with this, that we're not overcomplicating it and or providing data to you that might not be valuable. We can provide you with tons of information, but is any of it actually valuable as an evaluation tool? So in my mind, the only way to actually evaluate is, like I said, through the goals that we put out there. And I'm sure there can be a board relation survey, and then an admin relation survey, and then a classified employee survey, and kind of gather it from that perspective. And maybe those results could be compiled and then presented in an executive session. Again, looking at an evaluation tool is not to give you a grade. It's necessarily, okay, well, where are we really succeeding, and how do we capitalize on that and bring it into areas where there's more room for opportunity? So for me, that makes more sense, because it's just not something I'm familiar with, and certainly not the way I have done evaluations in the past. And so that is my 2 cents.
I think I would kind of agree with you, just from a point of hearing from the community, hearing from parents in passing, in conversations with staff and teachers and bus drive, like just hearing that over the past few years. I think that we need to take a different approach from what we've been previously doing, because what can be seen with them is it's not showing up. What we've been previously doing, I don't think that it is making an impact in their eyes and what they're seeing with their daily job that they have, daily routine, or with the parents and their kids. I totally agree with you, like not seeing the academic point of it in there, because that's a lot of the things that parents are just struggling with, is how do they support their child's academic needs so that they have a future when they grow up. And so not seeing that in there is kind of shocking. And I just think that this approach, I do agree with you. I think it needs to change. I think that what we've been previously doing is just not showing up in the community. And I think if they see that we're trying to do something different, yeah, centralizing the goals, simplifying it, making sure, Dr. Sorensen, when he was here, he would always talk about, are these goals really measurable? How are they measurable? Because I remember him always talking about, it doesn't seem like it's measurable. So I think that simplifying it and going from, hey, we've always done it this way, but we want you to see that we are continuously improving, and we're going to try something different to try to show that we are making improvement and making sure that these kids are getting an education. So, sorry, it was long, but.
So most everything I'm in agreement with on you guys. And probably if I was to look back, and maybe you would remember, David, when Peoria went through the strategic, when Dr. Reynolds came on, they went through the strategic plan and doing that whole process. I don't believe that at that point in time, the superintendent evaluation was then aligned with what the strategic plan was at that time. That's just going based upon memory of when I was watching and paying attention to board meetings. But that's not to say that it didn't, but it may not have happened, which is why our current superintendent evaluation is not in alignment with all of those same categories that we have, those 4 categories that we've had over the past 3 years. So it's absolutely imperative going forward that across everything that community members, board, and staff can see that the superintendent evaluation ties directly to the strategic plan, the revising that we're going to do, and that you're being measured against that. So employees understand they're being measured against it, and it's all throughout. So it definitely makes sense to align it to that. And absolutely, I think making it measurable, which is what I know that Tempe, that was kind of what this, and you're right, it was the policy, and I said, I can't remember from memory, and then I realized you had it right here, sorry.
You're good.
But that was what their attempt was to do, was to put measurable data in there so that it wasn't so subjective. And usually when in any other industry, your employee evaluation, there is data that's in there that is measurable. So I think there's room to revise this to be more specific. And then I would also agree with what I think everyone has said here, is that in every other decision we make, whether it's budget or whether it's positions, we gather, as we try to bring as many voices to the table as possible. And so I think we need to replicate that in the superintendent survey or the superintendent evaluation as well, which is, whether it's the same thing that they're using or we develop our own. But I think having the staff feedback, the community feedback, similar to, you guys did an awesome job when you had all of the different employee groups giving feedback in the interviews and feedback on the superintendent. So I know that we have the ability and the processes, and people were looking to us and saying that Peoria had a great model for it. So I know we have the ability to do that, and we pride ourselves on that, and I would like to see that reflected in the superintendent evaluation as well.
So I appreciate all of that initial feedback. If I can take a stab at summarizing and helping synthesize next steps. So keeping in mind that we spent a good amount of time today really taking the next step with those draft goals, and I think they're very close to what we're striving for, with the ability to do a little bit of categorization or organization that can then also demonstrate, here are the expectations as we work toward efforts that will occur over the course of this school year. Here's ultimately how you're going to hold me accountable. And recognize that part of what we just discussed is that we see the tool or the instrument that's currently being utilized as in need of some updating and some revising. And I actually think the intersection there is we could even go so far as to say that's one of the deliverables that we'll work on together, is landing on a process and a tool that can both ensure that we're demonstrating progress toward these goals, but creating as much value add for the relationship between board and superintendent, as well as keep doing that, the accountability with the whole community. So with all of that, what I'm envisioning is bringing back to you for this first meeting in August, a re-summarization of all of that and a proposed approach to the goals, as well as the use of the evaluation going into this school year. We can certainly look at it one more time if needed, but ideally approving no later than the second meeting in August. We may be close on August 8th, and if we feel like, or the board feels like we're there, then we can adopt and approve it at that time. But essentially, that also triggers for our community a very transparent way of saying, here's how we're setting our focus on what we have in front of us, and how we'll be working both together as well as in partnership with all of our stakeholders to demonstrate achievement and continuous improvement in this regard. So I think I can compile all of that, and you guys have been really great to give me, just very honest initial reflections. And then one other thing I'll just add is any questions that you may have individually, of course, I'm happy to continue to engage in that conversation so that we have as comprehensive and as collaboratively developed of a tool and a process that we'll put in place going into the school year.
Anything else? Nope. Great. All right, we're going to move to 3.4, our strategic plan update with Mr. Molino.
President Proudfoot, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. This presentation is a little over an hour long, so I'm going to summarize it so that we can actually get ready and have some time before the next meeting. I'm joking.
Good joke, Mr. Molino.
But I am going to go off script and summarize it. As we go through this update, we hope that we'll just paint a picture of what the strategic reset plan was intended to be when it was created in 2021 with stakeholder input throughout our community, and finalize it with next steps as we enter the Dr. Summers era of Peoria Unified. I won't go into details of the guiding principles since we have seen these over the last few years, but the main intent was to give us a foundation. With everything that we did throughout the strategic plan was to give us a solid foundation to then expand as we enter that new trajectory. There were two main or high-level goals when the plan was created in 2021, and all the text in the presentation that's in white is straight out of the strategic plan. So I just want your eyes and attention go to the highlighted words. So the main intent was to recover from both academic and operational disruptions as we were exiting the pandemic, and then transform the district into that new vision through at that point with Dr. Reynolds. I'm not going to go into the framework. You know that it's broken down between mission priorities. There's 5 of them, and then 4 transformation drivers. We're going to concentrate on the 5 mission priorities since those are directly tied to the 4 perspectives of the strategic plan. When the plan was drafted, we used to say teaching and learning. We now lead with learning and follow up with teaching. The main objectives within this mission priority are student growth and achievement, and to make data-driven decisions, we need to collect and analyze the data to address interventions and learning disruptions. So the text on the left is straight out of the strategic plan. I want the box in light blue, those are the major projects and initiatives that we completed. Then they have helped us build a solid foundation over the last 2.5 years, such as the new textbook and curriculum adoptions, prioritizing school improvement, and the summer achievement academies, and then also the implementation of the Canvas learning management system. And all those, at one point in time, other than Canvas LMS, was referenced by Dr. Hernandez in the first presentation of today. Under Safe and Welcoming mission priority, we prioritize school safety by creating a formal safety department and creating multiple positions within it that are dedicated to school safety. We also leverage the creation of the capital improvement plan to fund several safety-related projects, which were also aligned with the facilities master plan. Within the facility master planning program and under Dr. Larson's leadership, we'll be emphasizing the campus appeal portions and creating a facility index, which will lead to prioritizing the critical and essential needs projects within our priority properties. We need to have accurate data to be able to plan and forecast our needs of space and how we use the public funds that we're trusted with. Within the community connection perspective, we adopted foundational initiatives with the implementation of Parent Square, the Retiree Leadership Academy, and the release of the Unified Magazine. All of them geared towards improving communication, expanding connections, and marketing our schools and programs. With the creation of the capital improvement plan and the time and effort prioritizing compensation with the available resources, we have developed funding strategies to support the varying strategic roles within all mission priorities and transformation drivers and the respective projects. This strategic reset plan, and that's key to remember, the intent was to reset the district coming out of the pandemic. And now as we're entering Dr. Summers' era, we're going to look at that reset again to tie pretty much everything that you've covered today, from academic to his goals, his evaluation tool, and looking at the next version of the strategic plan. If you look at the growth from January of 2020 through now, out of the 96 large tasks or projects or initiatives, we completed 66. We have 66 left. And about another 5 to 10 are going to be completed within the next 2 months. So we've seen that we're moving forward, and all these major projects and initiatives, or changing processes and putting new processes in place, are giving us the foundation for that next phase. As we enter this new school year, or as Ms. Myers would say, fiscal year 25, we will circle back to the first phase in 2021 to model continuous improvement and enter a year reflecting and revising the plan to ensure that the revised version supports the governing board superintendent goals and Dr. Summers' vision for Peoria Unified. So that wasn't an hour, but we haven't had questions yet. Pretty much all the projects that are on hold are their priority in regards to the available funding, whether we don't have the staffing capacity to accomplish them. So that's why we've placed them on hold. A lot of them are actually in regards to, I took this one slide out. There was a lot of data leadership projects in the plan that Mr. Gay had added. And those are in regards to not analyzing the data, but looking at being a total data-driven organization. But that takes a lot of work. And in the last few years, honestly, we have spent more time putting out fires and dealing with the day-to-day issues than actually being strategic. We're spending more time being tactical than strategic. And we cannot get to that level of an organization until we flip that around.
Knowing that we are a data-driven organization, have you taken a look at those to understand, based on, the work that we're doing with the resets, Dr. Summers' era, as he stated, and is now goals. I mean, are those 20 projects, are all of them still relevant to the direction that we're headed as a district?
Yes. So a few weeks ago, I met with Mr. Gay again.
Okay.
And even though I've met with him probably 2 or 3 times in the last few years, and I'll always ask him the same question. John, you know this is a 10-year plan. Why did you do it in the sense, and say at the beginning of the plan, the executive summary, a 3-year plan? He said, well, you have to be overambitious, knowing that you have a lot of things to tackle, and if you don't put them in writing, you'll never get to them. So even though this is essentially it's a 3-year board-approved plan, it was a 10-year roadmap of where everything that we should tackle. And just because they're on hold, we do have 28 projects or large initiatives in process. As those complete, we will definitely look at those that are on hold to see if we have the capacity to start them. But then one other thing that we have to do in the reflecting stage, are they still relevant? So as we reflect this year with Dr. Summers, governing board, all the initiatives, all the foundational projects that Dr. Hernandez and her team have put in place to address the learning loss, we have to see, are they still, what's the word? Relevant to not just driving the needle, but increasing the academic achievement.
Yeah, no, agreed, and I appreciate that explanation. And I think it's, as a reflect, I mean, to John's point or Mr. Gay's point, it's how we kind of stratify those, right? From a priority perspective. With any of them, obviously, as you look at those and what details go within each project and how you prioritize them is going to come down to what you just said, right? Students, academic achievement, safety, just all those key pillars that we talk about really on a weekly basis. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
So as we look at the unfinished projects, our new strategic plan, I think if there's an opportunity to take a look at what are those unfinished plans, for us to make sure that our new plan includes the things, I would just want to make sure we're not forgetting something that we would have wanted to include to figure out where those unfinished projects fit. Certainly, when we reflect on are they relevant, we also want to be looking at are they within the scope of the new revised focus? Are they still within that scope? But I think it would just be really helpful for the board, whenever it makes sense to do that, to make sure that it's just included in all of that. And then this is probably just, the answer to this would probably be another whole 8-hour day. But I just want to make the statement, whatever I want to know what the ask is to the board in order to keep us in that strategic mode and not so tactical and so forth. So, and that may be just a question that I'm asking to, because I think if we really want to see the changes and we want this district to be the exemplar district across the entire state, not just within Maricopa County, we have to be in that strategic mode, and anything that the board can do or I can do as a board member to help support making sure that we stay in that strategic mode, that's going to benefit our community, it's going to benefit our students, it's going to benefit our business community, it's going to really make the difference for our students, and I don't know what that answer is, but just want to put that out there. Thank you.
I just want to say, yes, ditto to what you're saying. One question I have, and before I get to that, just the more we can stay focused on those goals and everyone understands what it is. And then I guess my follow-up question to Danielle is, as we complete things, I'm sure you already have all of this worked out, but as we complete things in the strategic plan, or as we make, big strides in these goals with our areas of absolute laser focused priorities, I'm sure you have a plan, but we communicate that out very simply to our stakeholders to kind of build momentum, to build that momentum in celebration and making sure that everyone kind of collectively understands what we're working on and being able to celebrate. And I'm sure you already have a plan surrounding that.
President Proudfit, yes to all those things. Yes to a plan and to continuing the updates that we've provided the community. It can be tough because there's so many, I mean, things roll into the progress and completed just all the time, right? And so Mr. Molino is obviously monitoring that, and then each of us in our individual sections, we talk about that, but oftentimes there will be other things that will come up, and we have to work really hard to make sure we don't have other things get in the way of some of those celebrations, because we do get bogged down from time to time in the day-to-day and in the fires, but as you can see, we have accomplished a lot. While we have not accomplished everything, and we do have projects on hold, there has been so much that has been done since we started this. And so trying to remind our staff, and there have been so many that have contributed to that success, it is certainly not at all just those of us at this table. And so reminding them of those successes has been really important and something we plan to continue.
That's awesome, because like you said, there's so much that's happening. Obviously, it's always the balance of being overly ambitious, which I actually really appreciate that sentiment of like, let's go for what we think we can accomplish, because it will make us stretch higher, I think. And then balancing with making that information able to be understood and disseminated so that we can continue to foster that culture of celebration and of recognition for all the amazing things we have going on. David, no? Is that it? Okay. All right. I will move that we adjourn this meeting at 1:07 p.m.
I will second.
Thank you. Who's doing voice vote?
I can take a voice vote.
Okay.
President Proudfit,
Yes.
Mr. Sandoval,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
and Mrs. Rooks.
Yes. Wonderful. Motion carries, and we are adjourned.
killed in the rally, and just keep our thoughts with his family.
Absolutely.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We're going to move on to 3.1, convening our executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431-03, our discussion or consultation for legal advice with attorney or attorneys of the public body regarding Title IX and policies related to personnel records.
I'll second that.
If I may just give a quick board member comment on this. I just have a hard time when we're going into an executive session and not informing our parents with what direction we decide to go. I know the vote will take place out here, but I just don't agree with doing that to our parents when it's their kids that this is going to be affecting. So I just wanted to make note of that. I don't think we should be doing an executive session on this.
All right, Ms. Airy, will you run us through a voice vote, please?
Certainly. President Proudfit,
Yes.
Mr. Sandoval,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Rooks,
No.
Motion carries with 3 yeses.
Okay. Thank you all for your patience as we underwent executive session. What time is it? 3:18, thank you. I move that we adjourn executive session at 3:18 PM.
I'll second that.
We have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mr. Sandoval. Ms. Ari, will you take us through a voice vote?
Absolutely. President Proudfit,
Yes.
Mr. Sandoval,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Rooks.
Yes.
And if we could take just maybe a 10-minute recess so we can run to the restroom, if that would be okay? Thank. Thank you. All right, thank you for allowing us that recess. We are going to move on to section 4, our action items. 4.1, discussion and possible action regarding directions to develop a policy related to Title IX regulation and sex discrimination. Oh, yes, please. Thank you. All right. We're going to turn the time over to Dr. Summers.
For the record, that was a very unfortunate situation, and it's really good to be back with you. And with that, I'll keep our focus on our item in front of us. So just to reiterate what the potential actions are for the board relative to this item, there is an opportunity to make a motion to develop a policy related to Title IX regulations and sex discrimination. The second option, as I've shared with the board, is somewhat moot at this point because we do have a potential policy revision that could be under consideration. The third option is that no motion is necessary. So with that, President Proudfit, I will turn it right back over to you all, and happy to assist in whatever other conversation or questions may come from this item.
Wonderful, and we do have some public comments tied to this item. So we're going to start with Nicole Sparrow. Just a reminder, you get 3 minutes. So Nicole. Oh, no, you're fine.
Hello, fellow board members. This is my first time up here. Take it easy on me, please. My name is Nicole Sparrow. Oh, I'm so sorry. My name is Nicole Sparrow. I've been a resident of Peoria for 22 years. I graduated from Centennial High School in 2018. I have witnessed our district transform in many lovely ways, but today I'm vocalizing concern towards Title IX. Our students are sorry about that. Our students that are biological males and females deserve to be protected in their private spaces at school. And then also scripture verse that I've had on my heart and that I've been dwelling on throughout these past couple of days is, blessed are those who act justly, who always do what is right. Psalms 106:3. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is Becky Smith.
First, I wanted to start with asking you all to count how many comments that have come to this podium to speak in support of these new Title IX changes. Shouldn't take very long because the answer is 0. These new changes would be violating people's freedom of speech as well as their freedom of religion, and it's not a school district's place to compel people's speech. Many of us have been accused of spreading lies or fear-mongering on these Title IX changes, but all the information that we've shared came directly from the district lawyer's presentation on Title IX from this boardroom. So anybody who thinks we're fear-mongering or making stuff up, it's literally out of the lawyer's mouth that we're repeating information from 1,500 pages that was summarized. It would be great today if some of the people on the board could grow a backbone and stand up for not only girls, but children. This is involving children and the majority of your constituents that you serve. So hashtag be like Dysart.
Thank you. Our next comment is Dolores McCaslin.
The House. Thank you, President Proudfoot, Superintendent, Board, very wonderful admin staff. I'm so enamored with them. I could never do what they do, so thank you what you do. I am here to plead again for you to join 13 other states and other individuals to stop this Title IX. We have to. You've heard from many to stop, and the repercussions of this abuse if we don't stop the changes. I have to tell you my story. Old people like to tell stories. Seniors like to tell stories. I was in the bathroom at a Casey's Quick Stop on my way to the Louisville, Kentucky airport just yesterday, when someone came in with a very deep voice and very large feet. I thought, I am trapped in this stall. I am trapped in this bathroom stall. So I said, Debbie, Connie, is that you? Because they're my sisters. I knew it wasn't. But I have the age and the experience to know I had to do something. And the boy said no and turned and left the restroom. Our boys and girls are trapped in those stalls. They're trapped in the bathrooms. They're trapped. It never dawned on me until yesterday how this could affect them. It's only one thing will happen to our children if we don't do something. Now, I invite you, I grew up with Captain Kangaroo, and it was picture pages. And I invite you to picture your own children in these seats. Picture them, and then add a few classes, maybe 4th grade, 7th grade, freshmen over here, seniors over here. Are you going to look them in the eye and tell them that you were voted to keep them safe? I voted as a board member to keep you safe. Or are you going to just not take a positive stand? It's hard to be a parent, much less to sit in your seats. But the vote to keep this Title IX as female/male as it sits, it's been 50 years. So it's an easy vote. Other states have done it. Dysart and Chaparral or Chapel out in the charter school in Dysart. It's an easy vote. You have precedents. You have case numbers that have won. I'm begging you for all the children, and I know it's hard for you all, but take a stand. Be like Riley Gaines. She was locked in a closet for taking a stand. I was in a bathroom stall, and I was safe, but it just ran all over me. I don't want to ever have to face a child and know that I didn't stand up for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is Nikki Enchev.
Good afternoon, thank you. I'm speaking to express my concern about the new Title IX regulations. It was clear from the June 26th study session and the attorney presentation, the district does not have adequate understanding of the complex regulations you must implement and our kids must adhere to starting August 1st. I doubt any district is prepared. How can students, parents, teachers, and staff possibly now abide with 1,560 pages of new definitions, grievance procedures, and obligations? In definitions alone, the sex stereotypes as fixed and general expectations of a sex could be nearly anything. A comment around another student's personality, their career aspirations. A genuine compliment on a student's outfit could be considered discrimination if any part of that outfit is pink, whether the student is male or female. Interestingly, as they define the 5 different types of sex stereotyping, they only mention the 2 sexes of men and women, leaving out any mention of any other sex stereotype because it doesn't exist. The use of preferred pronouns forces a person to suspend reality, the meaning of words, and their own knowledge of grammar, sex, math, biology, and religious beliefs at the will of any other person. This is Hans Christian Andersen's The Emperor's New Clothes come to life. It is also a violation of free speech. With no ill intent towards anyone, I decline to affirm what is not true, and so do my children. What is the disciplinary action for declining to affirm a falsehood? On top of disciplinary action, do formal complaints become part of the student's permanent academic record and therefore affecting their future education and career aspirations? The regulations don't provide a list of the new pronouns, their definitions, or enunciation, but insist our kids use them all and properly. Actually, they insist our kids use them properly because complaints can now be made on past incidences. It's not just the basic 9 pronouns we all learned in grammar. I can only imagine the impact on the district's ELA proficiency numbers. Astonishingly, the new regulations also do not provide definitions for sexual orientation or gender identity, the primary reason for this overhaul. Neither concept is clearly defined, generally understood, or agreed upon. 65% of the US population agrees there are only 2 genders, and so does 57% of Gen Z. But now all of our kids are legally bound to abide by these ambiguous terms. And what about gender fluid? How will our kids be updated on current gender status? The ability to draw down your federal grant funds, such as those for the free and reduced priced school lunch program so students don't go hungry, now depends on whether all students comply with the beliefs and demands of just one other student. Please explain how this exemplifies every student every day. I urge the district to join or file a lawsuit against the Biden administration to halt the implementation of these burdensome regulations, some of which will undoubtedly cause more harm than good. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is Becky Foster.
Good afternoon, Chair Proudfit, Board, Admin, guests. Thank you for allowing me to express my viewpoint on this very important issue. Others with similar viewpoints may not be able to attend today's meeting due to their work schedules and timing of this meeting. I suspect many people don't know this is even happening today. Since attending these board meetings beginning last fall, the loudest issue expressed by the community has been about the board clarifying and making a stand regarding biological and gender-related issues. Today appears the day the board can take a step forward explaining where it stands. Before you decide what action you plan to take today, please consider the following. 1, your existing policy, AC, clearly states that discrimination is not allowed. I hope your implementation of procedures and processes do not muddy the waters or expand the original intent of the law. I've tried to think of this issue as compared to my own home and hope you will too. How do you answer the following questions? Do you allow, encourage biological males and females in your home to walk around nude? Do you allow, encourage biological males and females to share showers with the opposite sex? Do you allow, encourage guests in your home to walk around nude regardless of biological sex? Do you allow, encourage guests to share showers with the opposite sex? Is there a privacy expectation when using the bathroom? Do you explain and teach your sons and daughters the difference in size and strength between biological males and females? Do you want to know how your child is doing in school and challenges they face? Once you answer these questions, apply your answers to what is being required on Title IX, effective August 1st, and how it should and should not be implemented to protect all children and staff. 3, the elections will soon be here. How you vote today and in future meetings will impact how I cast my vote in November. I'm sure many others are also paying close attention. Thank you for your consideration into this extremely important issue for the well-being of all students and staff.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Jeff Toby.
Good afternoon, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I wanted to say that I agree with a lot of the speakers that have come up here and say we need to protect all of our students, and I wholeheartedly agree. And obviously, we're faced up with a very tumultuous decision, and you're going to have some fallout either way. I wanted to provide one more perspective that I hope that you guys understand, along with protecting students and staff and along with creating good policy, is how it affects you guys on the board. I want to provide this dimension of understanding for you all, and I hope that your attorney told you this in your session. If not, I'd be asking some serious questions. But when you knowingly violate somebody's rights, and whether it's called law or not, if you knowingly violate the Constitution, you essentially run the risk of piercing your qualified immunity as elected officials. So Arizona state law does say that you guys are immune from civil action when you act in accordance with law and under what is termed the color of authority with good intentions, right? So you have to have certain things that you have to meet. Well, if you act as a deciding body to enforce a law or a rule or regulation that goes against the Constitution, you yourselves run the risk of piercing that veil, and you open yourselves up to legal liability. So in this decision, I would say, if I were you, I would be wanting to stand on the Constitution, because that is supreme. So whether you call it Title IX definition change or a new regulation, I would not want to pierce my qualified immunity as an elected official or public servant, because then whatever decision's made from here moving forward, it's going to go back to you guys. And so along with everything that I've said before, protecting our students as a father of daughters and sons, obviously that's important to me, but I also wanted to add that. I didn't want to just repeat what I've already said, but that dawned on me today about your guys' qualified immunity, and I think that's worth taking a few seconds to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Christy Narcy.
Thank you, President Proudfit and members of the board. My name is Christy Narcy, and I'm the National Chapter Director for Independent Women's Network and Chair of the Phoenix, Arizona chapter. And most of what I was going to say today has already been said, so I just want to share a personal story with you. Riley Gaines was mentioned. Riley is my colleague. She's a friend. She is, I spent a lot of time with her this year, traveling, speaking about these issues. And she's 3 days younger than my oldest daughter. So she's kind of a daughter to me. But I want you to know, tough as nails as she is, we were in Denver at a conference, and a sociologist was speaking, and 5 of the girls that are former athletes, so Riley and Paula, another one of our athletes that has had a significant impact from all of this, they were on a panel, and I was on the front row, and the sociologist has interviewed over 700 sexual predators and over 2,000 victims, and she spends her career helping women understand how to identify a predator. And as she went down the list of predatorial behavior and what is happening in these girls' spaces, what this gender ideology movement is doing, making the girls the ones that are committing sexual discrimination, making them the oppressors, you could just see it one by one. It's a complete match. This is predatorial. And as I looked at Riley, these big crocodile tears came up over her eyes. Because it was the first time, and you could hear a pin drop in that room. There was 300 women in that room. And it was the first time every one of us mamas realized that those girls were sexually exploited. And it was the first time those girls realized it too. It wasn't just, they understood that they were experiencing sexual discrimination. They understood that. They understood they were losing titles, opportunities. But when you put the real word on it, that 40 young women were forced to undress and parade in front of this 6'4" male with full male genitalia, who is not gay, that's when you realize this is sexual exploitation of our girls. And I'm just asking you to defy this. I serve as president of a charter school here in Phoenix, and our board, we will not comply with this. So I just ask you to take a stand with the Dysart School District, with our school, and just don't let this happen to our babies. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Tamara Farah.
Members of the board, President Proudfit, and staff, my name is Tamara Farah, and I direct Smart Families Network with Arizona Women of Action. Let's take a look at Dysart USD's board resolution related to Title IX. The resolution passed unanimously and is in response to the Biden administration's attempted redefinition of Title IX. It points out that the new Title IX rules conflict with Arizona's parental rights law, the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, and the district's policy that disavows discriminating against students based on religion. The resolution points out that the Constitution's First Amendment, quote, means that we cannot compel the speech of a student or employee, nor can we compel the religious or other deeply held beliefs of our students or employees. It also states that Arizona's parental rights law explains that parents have the right to direct the upbringing and the, quote, moral or religious training, unquote, of their child, and that the district, quote, cannot demand the parents or guardians to compel the speech of their minor children in a way that contradicts their family values or deeply held religious beliefs. The DISAR board has determined that the Biden administration's new Title IX rules are contrary to the plain language of Title IX as it exists right now, or had existed. And so the district will continue to respect Title IX as it had been intended. The Biden Title IX changes have been implemented in numerous states despite the suspect process used, and are now vigorously challenged in numerous courts, including in Texas, and just recently by the Goldwater Institute via an amicus brief seeking to put a stay on the implementation of Biden's Title IX in all 50 states. So we have Dysart's rationale, but I would add to this science. A biology major accepted into medical school, I know a tiny bit about science, at least enough to know that in 1956, Charles Ford and John Hamerton, using cytogenetic methods, determined the number of chromosomes in humans, discovering that men have X and Y chromosomes and women have 2 chromosomes, confirming the scientific definition of male and female. And those are the facts. And facts are critical in the education of our children. If some want to pretend they are male when they are female or vice versa, doesn't make it biologically true. And making it an agenda in schools to do so and to encourage to do so is wholly in opposition to a good education. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is Ms. Janelle Bowles.
Hi, I almost said good evening. Board and staff and constituents in the audience, and grandparents and parents and concerned family. Our superintendent has just shared with us that behind closed doors, the Peoria School Board has made a decision, I hope, and shared with us that developing policy related to Title IX was one of those possible solutions. Another being developing policy that we already have in the district and that we already have in place regarding sex discrimination, or do nothing and just accept the rewrite of Title IX. I'm optimistic that the board has voted to protect children because you have been sworn in to protect children, and unless we forget, and not to choose to do nothing. In case you need a reminder, and not just you, anyone listening, deadline to block Biden-Harris administration rewrite of Title IX, you have 7 days left. The Dysart School Board has been mentioned a few times. I was there when they unanimously, and hear me say unanimously, voted in a resolution in order to not infringe on freedom of speech and freedom of religion, resulting in banning the rewriting of Title IX, Biden-Harris administration in their schools. To those who have already signed up for Moms for Liberty, thank you. Your children will be protected through a lawsuit that they have. If you still need that, unknowing what the board will do, go to momsforliberty.org and sign up for Moms for Liberty, and your children will be protected from this Title IX rewrite of the Biden-Harris administration. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final public comment, is Christina. So we already had, I think we had a duplicate card for you. All right, we are going to open up for board member comments, questions, and discussion. Is there anyone who wants to start?
First off, I just want to say that we had really great conversations. A lot of really great questions were asked. A lot of great scenarios were put forth. And I feel like the board got some real great clarity as well as we could have, because right now there's so many legal challenges out there. And if you're keeping an eye on that, it seems like it changes daily on what's happening. So part of the option B on the ASBA policies that were sent over, those were also dated before many of these challenges came through as well. So, but one of the great pieces that came out of the conversation, and I don't think that I didn't have that feeling whatsoever. I know that our entire board is very focused on student safety, as is the entire district, that is important to us. And I also know that as I've been out visiting schools, I've also seen the expertise of our administrators and our staff and the ability to provide accommodations for all individual rights, whether that's parents' rights, whether that's civil rights, just so forth. The district, and I feel like education, that's pretty much a skill that all districts have to gain across the nation, is that oftentimes we have legislation that comes across that may seem like it is infringing on somebody else's right, and that requires the skill of the district and the boards and superintendents to how do we continue to provide a great educational environment while also supporting and respecting everyone's rights. And so I'm continually impressed as I go around on how our staff continues to make sure that our environments are safe for all of our students, and that we are making sure that there's nothing that interferes in their education. So those are some pieces that I kind of just want to make sure I put out there. But I also can say that there's a lot of uncertainty right now, because there's a couple of cases that will hopefully in a very short amount of time be able to provide additional clarity and guidance. So I don't know if that gives any sort of clarity, but that's just kind of some points.
Do you want to go?
Sure, I'll go next. When I was sworn in as a Peoria school board member, I took an oath right here in this district office. Beverly Pingarelli, our previous board member, was there. She held my Bible, actually, and I took an oath to uphold the U.S. Constitution and the Arizona Constitution. I guess I just cannot believe that our federal government under the Biden administration, in my opinion, has twisted and destroyed the girls' and the women's sports, their privacy, the damages that we have had to see the past few years on this. I want to keep advocating and fighting to protect their rights so that we don't continue to erase them. I'm shocked, I'm disgusted with the direction that the federal government is doing right now on these school districts, on our principals, our teachers, our parents, our children. To me, they've weaponized the U.S. Department of Education against all of us. It's this message of taking away our freedom of speech. It's the message of forcing the gender identity, the pronouns onto our kids. It's the message of stripping away the girls' rights with sports, with privacy. I'm so disgusted with what they are doing right now, because this is not the way that the United States of America is supposed to be working. This is not how our fathers of the Constitution set this up. This forceful nation, what they're doing right now. I was also shocked that we've been here all day. We had a study session at 9 a.m. I was shocked to hear on my way here of the Title IX regulations. I had a parent call me to ask me about it, because in today a freshman parent meeting at one of our high schools, the parents that were there, the principal said, yeah, students are allowed to choose whatever bathroom they identify to use, when we haven't even discussed it as a board. I can't imagine what these parents are sitting there hearing that, and then there's no direction from the board, from the district, of what we're doing. They're just supposed to sit there and listen to that and have no answers. I've been following in the news. Everybody has across the country, the Moms for Liberty case. I thank them for what they're doing. I thank, Independent Women's Network, Riley Gaines, because they're at least taking a fight. They're taking a stand. They're saying no. They're not just rolling over and not doing anything. The Goldwater Institute, they filed an amicus brief last Friday. I read through it. I saw the document. They're asking for a Texas judge to rule on a nationwide injunction. Everybody is doing something. All of these girls that are traveling across the country, you have all these organizations, you have all these states that are taking a stand. They're filing lawsuits. They're doing something. DICE are unified, putting out a resolution, taking a stand, saying something, because just accepting it and rolling over or just not doing anything it's mind-blowing. Because then it's ultimately saying, in my opinion, that, oh, okay, it's fine. We're just gonna, let the Biden administration do what they want. We're gonna let the federal government control what the powers are in the states. Like, it's unacceptable what they have done to our school districts, the amount of pressure that they have put on them. I am hoping and I'm asking the U.S. Supreme Court to do something. Stop sitting and not doing anything. It's disgusting that us parents up here have to fight, and you won't do anything to uphold the Constitution of the United States. I don't understand this U.S. Supreme Court and what they're doing to these girls. It is disgusting. It's disgusting what is going on right now. And it makes me want to pull my kids because of what Biden has done to our schools and our children. I've never been so disgusted with somebody who is supposed to protect our country. He is supposed to be a leader, and what he's doing is so incredibly wrong. It's incredibly wrong what he is doing. And I'm sorry for getting upset, but it is unacceptable, and I'm tired of not doing something and just being told and speaking on phone calls all the time, oh, there's nobody can do, nope. No. I want someone to take a stand Fight it so our kids don't have to.
Yep, thank you. And thank you to everyone who spoke this evening. And it's invaluable to listen to and make sure that you're heard, and your voices are important in our ability to make informed, and objective decisions. So there's no doubt there's a lot of emotions around this subject, and you can never tell, someone how they feel, and I believe that. So, again, I do appreciate your time and your voice. That said, there's no doubt there's a lot to unpack here and a lot of fluidity. And I think one of the speakers used the word ambiguity as well. I think that certainly coupled with, when I walk sites throughout the Peoria Unified School District, and I'm visiting classrooms, talking to teachers and families, it's the humanity that exists throughout our entire footprint from all individuals, again, our students, teachers, staff, and families. I have a lot of faith and confidence in as they create, environments throughout our district that ensure that all individuals, feel cared for, that feel that they matter. So it's, again, truly inspiring. With that said, I put all of our students as a high priority, and I'm looking forward to continuing to support all of our students and ensuring that they have an equitable opportunity to be successful in safe and supportive environments. So thank you again.
If you had told me 5 years ago that we would be having this conversation right now, I would have said you're crazy. I don't disagree with anything that's been said from any of my fellow board members. I have absolute faith in our site administration and their ability to protect all students. As a parent, I'm enraged. There's so much ambiguity to this, and even trying to get answers is nearly impossible because we are on new frontier territory. When we talk about what can be done from a governance standpoint, like I said, I don't disagree. Like, absolutely, I want there to be change in legislation, but what we can do from this boardroom is not what I would like to do, but it's what we have the power to do. When we talk about the DICE-ART resolution, I just want to make sure we all are on the same page. The resolution was great. A resolution has no legal bearing. It's a statement, right? I prepared a statement here, and because I think as a parent, as a board member, to not say anything with school starting, there has to be a statement made. And while I know Miss Airy has probably 6 contingency plans of how to communicate, I want the parents and the students and the teachers of this district to know where we're at with it. So with your permission, board members, I want to read this statement, and then maybe we can give input. And okay. So Title IX, what it is and how does it impact our school? As you may be aware, Title IX is a federal law enacted in 1972 to prohibit sex discrimination in educational programs and activities that receive federal funding. Over the years, this law has undergone updates, with the most recent set to take effect on August 1st. However, these changes have faced legal challenges, sparking extensive discussions across our state and nation. Our governing board has actively engaged in these conversations, seeking legal counsel to understand the impact of recommended changes on Peoria Unified's policies and procedures. It's essential to emphasize that federal and state law always supersedes district policies. And this is the part that I will read, but I am asking permission. I'm not making this statement as if it is from the entire board at this time. At a special meeting on July 25th, 2024, the governing board reaffirmed our district's unwavering commitment to preserving the dignity and respect of every child. Board members, bound by our oaths to uphold the U.S. Constitution and the Arizona Constitution, recognize the ongoing challenges related to Title IX. While the democratic process unfolds, the board remains dedicated to student safety, rights, and dignity. Together, we continue our mission to shape a better tomorrow for every student, every day. You know, the oath of office has been referenced, I think by Mr. Tobey and then by Mrs. Rooks. You know, our job is to uphold the U.S. and Arizona constitutions that ensure the rights of every student. And while this legislative battle wages on, and I will say, I don't often make political statements from this seat, but you know, organizations like Moms for Liberty have clearly made a big impact in this. And I want to recognize that. And for anyone who is watching, who has wondered, and I got this information outside of executive session, it is real. Like, that protection for the daughters is real. And that has been confirmed time and time again. So I guess, and this doesn't need a motion, so I guess I would ask your input on the statement I read. Because to not make a motion to adopt would mean that we're following the policies of the clearly stated, the existing Title IX. And so what I would like to do is to remain following existing Title IX and then to issue a statement reaffirming our unified commitment to the Constitution. So I'd love your input on that.
I would, that yes, and definitely because of everything that is going out there right now, I don't believe that we should be changing anything than the Title IX the way that it was written, and not with the new regulation changes, because there is so much court cases, there's so many states right now that are questioning it, that are taking it to court, they're issuing things, the judges are ruling on it. And so I think that it would be not good for the governing board to adopt or follow the new regulation changes because of all of the legal proceedings that are going out right now all across the country. I just don't think that would be a smart move. And again, it also goes back to I'm willing to fight. Like, I'm willing to go find organizations that would help this district to fight back. I don't know about the rest of you, but like, I would be willing, whatever organization wants to help in fighting it through the legal battle, I would be 100%. I would talk to whoever it would be to get that through. Because it needs to be challenged. This is overstepping. And so I would, agree with that statement, because we're swearing an oath to the Constitution of the United States of America, which is freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and we are swearing an oath to the Arizona Constitution. So I completely agree with that, and I do not think we should be making any changes from these regulations coming down.
Mrs. Ewing, Mr. Sandoval?
No, that's okay. Yeah, no, I mean, that's okay. I got it and absolutely agree and concur with what's been said by you and Ms. Rooks. So, yeah, I certainly support that.
Thank you, Mrs. Proudfit, for so eloquently putting it, because there are so many things to consider when it comes to Title IX and and especially with where everything is with regards to this and all the court cases out there. So again, I just want to agree with the statement you made on how we wanted to make sure as a board that we are dedicated to the safety of all of our students, and that the rights that are afforded in the Constitution to all individuals, and that our current Title IX regulations that are in place still do cover a lot, still do cover and provide safety and protections for a lot of our students, and that it covers the gender identity and gender orientation. So it still does cover all of that, and I want to reassure the parents that are out there who have concerns about the safety of their children in the schools, that it does cover that, and that it also covers a lot of other things, some of the other rights that Heather, Ms. Ricks alluded to, and so forth. So I appreciate that you made sure that the board is emphasizing that we are committed to making sure that we do things in alignment and make sure that we're accommodating for everyone's rights, and that we're also making a statement that the student safety for all of our students is very important, and that we are continuing to act in accordance with that, and that we have full confidence that our superintendent and that the rest of the staff are continuing in that same manner so that our families can feel safe. So thank you. So I'm in agreement. So that is the long way of saying yes.
President Profit, I just would like clarification from our superintendent on this action item in relation to whatever decision is made today by the board with regards to what is said to our parents by our principals. Because finding that out this morning, trying to get here to these meetings and finding that out from a parent, I'm appalled. And so I would like to know, based on whatever decision is made today by this governing board, how are you as a superintendent going to relay that message to your principals so that we don't have parents upset hearing that students can just go into any bathroom they identify with?
Mrs. Rooks, governing board members, being that this is the very first I'm hearing about whatever was said this morning, I'd appreciate an opportunity to first investigate to know exactly what was communicated, how it was communicated, to whom it was communicated. What you're speaking to is very serious. That is not an expectation. I will be clear. No, it is not okay for anyone to just go into any bathroom at any given time, however they feel or whatever they're thinking. So we will be very clear about what is allowed, what is not allowable. I don't know that I want to comment much further until I have a chance to look into exactly what was communicated, and I appreciate that you give me some time to be able to know exactly what occurred in that space. The other thing that I think is important is articulating, and I appreciate that the board is supporting a general statement that has been read by President Proudfit, because we can also be very clear with our community how our implementation of current expectations based on not the new regulations, but what's been in place and what's currently in policy will continue to be upheld. It will continue to be trained and monitored and supported. And the reaffirmation of the safety, the welfare, the dignity, and the respect that we expect for every student, in addition to how we work with our families and our staff, is absolutely our top priority. So I just want to reaffirm that that's what I'm hearing, that's the direction that I'm being given, and that's exactly what will happen.
Thank you for that. We do not need a motion, but I will just say, Dr. Summers, with the support of the board, we will get you this statement. As per policy, board statements are communicated through the superintendent, so we will make sure that you have that. And can I just ask one thing as a parent? I have 2 boys, I have 2 girls. this is about the boys too. This is not just a girl-centered issue, and I feel like sometimes the boys get lost into this as well. And so just in the future, let's just make sure we.
Well, I have 3 boys as well, and they definitely want to keep their urinals in their bathroom and not have them removed out of their bathrooms because that's how they go potty. So is in a urinal. I would like to make a motion to not make any changes to our Title IX that we currently have and not accept the new regulations from the Biden administration. I'd like to make that motion.
It's my understanding that we don't need a motion to maintain current Title IX.
So to reiterate, that's correct. By not taking any action, you are essentially ensuring that the current regulations that are in place continue to remain in place. By not taking any action, there is no need to essentially make a motion that says you're not going to.
I would still like to make that motion so that our community and our parents are aware of what the board voting decision is. So my motion is on the table to not make any changes to the Title IX that we currently have written and not follow the regulation changes.
Just as a quick thought, Mrs. Rooks, Ms. Area, I want you to chime in here as well, and Dr. Summers. I mean, clearly after this evening, there's going to be some communication that's going to go out that clarifies what this means, correct?
Mr. Sandoval, governing board members, yes, there will be some communication. Based on the outcomes of this meeting, we will ensure that we can communicate and convey to our community what essentially the board's action or non-action, if you will, is as a result of this meeting.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
So a motion still stands on the floor.
I just want to make sure, so what is the, I guess, what is the benefit to
So can I?
legally speaking, do you get what I'm asking?
What I would suggest is, I'm sorry, President Proffitt, but as a matter of procedure, the simplest way to approach this is there a second for this motion?
Sorry, can you restate your motion, would you mind?
My motion is to say what we've been saying up here, which is to stay as is of what the Title IX currently is in our district, what we've been doing, and to not adopt any new regulation changes because of the courts right now that are battling it out.
I will second. We have a motion made by Mrs. Rooks and a second made by myself. Ms. Airy, will you take us through a voice vote?
I'm sorry, can I just get a clarification? I just want to make sure we're all in agreement with not taking any sort of action, but then the additional sentence at the end of we're not, of the statement that Ms. Rooks made, I just want to make sure that the idea is that we're not making a statement or a motion about whether we would ever in the future go forward with the expansion, because what is written as a possible option is no action, and it's not that additional language. So I just want to be really clear with the motion that's going to be put up for the action, that it doesn't have that additional language.
I think, Ms. Airy, would you just read back the motion wording, or should we do it again? I'm so sorry. Nicole is out and we don't have, so Ms. Airy is doing triple duty here.
There we go. It seems we lost our mic. President Proudfoot, I was going to ask Mrs. Rooks if she wouldn't mind please
Yes, would you
clarifying
mind?
your motion just for clarity.
Yes. So I had a motion to follow the Title IX that we've been doing as a district,
Current Title IX
current
regulation.
Title IX, and not accepting any new regulations until it goes through the courts, because.
Well, even just leave it there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to be really picky on language.
No, this is
There
good.
are like 25 injunctions out there. So when you're saying until it goes through the courts, that could be 5 years, depending on which court thing. So if I would suggest that if this is a motion that you want to make, that there be no other additional language added in there with regards to the court. I understand that that is the reasoning. We as a board are part of the reasoning that we are given because there's ambiguity in the law. But when you say after it's gone through the courts, well, which one is that? And there's lots of cases out there. So I just think we have to be really careful and clear with our wording.
Yeah, sorry, can I make a suggestion? Ms. Ari, I mean, what if thoughts on the motion being for the district not to adopt current Title IX updates?
Yeah, not.
I just
Would that not, no action?
I'm sorry. I still think that it's just no action because you're making a statement that you're not adopting it, which can be construed to the community that we are not in agreement with everything that is in there. We are just deciding today to take no action. That's why the option C, it should be written that we are taking no action today.
So, governing board, with all due respect to everything that's being discussed, what we have to do from a procedural manner at this point is restate what I'm going to suggest is restate the original motion as plainly as possible, because there was a second, and I want to make sure that we're honoring the motion and second that originally occurred. So, Ms. Ari, with your assistance, can we post the language as it was restated and see where we're at?
Dr. Summers, if you would just give me one moment
I
to check
appreciate
with
that.
Griffin so we can make sure that the motions that we have match and see if we can get them reflected. It would just take one moment.
That would be great. And then while we're pausing, I just want to make sure that as a board, we're working to ensure sound Robert's Rules applications so that we can, where we are getting into some difficulty is when we have the commentary after the motion, although there can be discussion. So, but then if that discussion leads to an amendment to the motion, then there's a process to make a motion to amend the original motion on the table. So with all of that, I think we can get close based on Ms. Ari's effort, and thank you for taking that step.
And I will just say, since we have a second up here with the board, just something we're working on is making sure that our motions.
Point of order. I'm sorry. I just, because we're voting on it, I don't want side discussions. Sorry. Yeah.
So sorry, I was just saying that as board members, we're working on making sure that our language is very tight with future meeting requests and things like that. So just to the
And
public.
President Proudfit, just for a quick clarification, Mr. Alexander is going to play back our feed just to make sure that we both have it accurate. We were both typing over as we were updating while you were having discussion. So
Thank
give us
you.
just
Thank
one
you.
more moment.
I appreciate your attention to detail. Thank you. Ms. Ari, would it just be more efficient if I just addend the motion?
I think
President Proudfit, I believe we do need to wait to take a vote on the current motion and second first before you would introduce an amendment. We've got one. All right. President Proudfit, members of the board, the motion that we have captured from the feed is a motion to follow current Title IX regulations and not adopt any regulation changes. And that was a motion by Mrs. Rooks with a second by Mrs. Proudfit.
Wonderful. Will you run us through a voice vote, please?
President Proudfit.
Yes.
Mr. Sandoval.
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing.
Yes.
Mrs. Rooks.
Yes. Motion passes with 4 yeses. Is there any more discussion? No.
We need to move on to 4.2, President Proudfit.
I thought you wanted to stay here all night. I don't understand. All right.
Thank you.
We'll move on to 4.2, motion to approve, internal and external I'm sorry. Ms. Vesley? There we go. Sorry. Consideration of administrative appointment, executive director for exceptional student services.
Good afternoon, President Proudfit, members of the board, cabinet, and guests. It has been a long afternoon for you all. I just want to thank you once again for being with us all day since 9 o'clock this morning. Your dedication today and really listening and understanding everything has been very much appreciated by us. So it is my pleasure to bring forth this afternoon the recommendation for the position of Executive Director of Exceptional Student Services. The Executive Director of Exceptional Student Services is primarily responsible for supporting the district's programs that support all special populations of students, including students who are gifted, students who are language learners, students participating in the district's developmental preschool program, and students with disabilities, along with all federal programs. Federal programs oversight for title programs includes Title I, which supports students from low-income families, Title II, which supports increasing student achievement through strategies that involve improving the quality of effectiveness of teachers, principals, and others, Title III, which supports EL programming to support student attainment of English proficiency, Title IV, which includes student support and academic enrichment, and the executive director supports the Student Services Department's oversight of McKinney-Vento, which addresses the education of homeless children in our district. The executive director for exceptional students oversees the director of federal programs, the incoming director of special education, the assistant director of special education, and the coordinators for both gifted and English learner programs here in Peoria Unified. Additionally, this position supports the work of the director of preschool. With the breadth and depth required of this position, the candidate we are bringing forward this afternoon has demonstrated history of high-quality leadership in the school and district setting, along with a proven track record for increasing student achievement to specifically our special populations of students, all special populations of students. It is our pleasure to bring forth the name of Ms. Carrie Burns for your consideration. Now, Ms. Burns is beginning her second year here in federal programs as the director here in Peoria Unified. This past year, she successfully played a critical role in supporting all title programs from funding through program development, as evidenced through the work done by school site leaders to develop high-quality action plans designed to bring about increased student achievement. Prior to serving in her current role, Ms. Burns served as a pre-K-8 principal for 11 years at a school with a student body of 70% of those students qualifying for free and reduced lunch, 10% of students who were English language learners, and 20% of students were students with disabilities. Under her leadership, the school went from being a C-rated to an A-rated school by focusing on identifying student needs, providing intentional interventions, monitoring progress, utilizing data-driven decision-making, and monitoring subgroup performance for accountability. Through this work, the school received the maximum bonus points for English learner proficiency and growth in state letter grades, along with students with disabilities scoring above the state average, which also earned bonus points on the state report card. Most importantly, the school maintained and sustained its performance level during her time as principal. Prior to her tenure as a successful principal, Ms. Burns held other roles, along with having served in the Arizona Department of Education's School Improvement Unit. And during this time, her primary responsibilities were to support schools identified for turnaround, TSI, and remember from this morning, targeted school improvement, like support, for collaborating with school leaders to provide enhanced instructional practices for all students. All 4 of the schools assigned to Ms. Burns under her time there improved their state report card letter grade within 2 years. So it is our pleasure to bring forward tonight Ms. Carrie Burns for your approval and the appointment as our next Executive Director of ESS.
Thank you. Board members, are there any questions, comments? All right. I motion to approve the administrative appointment for the Executive Director of Exceptional.
We have a public comment, I believe.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're right. Thank you. I'm so sorry, Janelle.
Hello again. I don't have a lot to say on this because I do have a lot to learn regarding that hiring process. However, I just want to make sure that we followed a process of notifying district candidates for this position, because there have been in the past that didn't happen. They just recreated a position and put whoever they wanted in there. So I am concerned because special ed is a very, very close to my heart, that they're taking care of. I know that it is gifted, preschool, and everything Ms. Vesley presented very well. I don't know who Carrie Burns is. I just want to bring to the board and the district and the public to be sure we followed protocol of putting that information out there, making sure we were interviewing. And the biggest thing to me, and as a parent of a former SPED student, because she was my foster child, and working with hundreds of children in the school district that were in that category, as well as gifted. Believe it or not, they can get both, gifted and special ed supports, that Carrie Burns has some special ed background. I know we have a new superintendent, but we have hired in the past those that didn't have that background, and it ended disastrously. We've had people in this podium even state, their sister didn't get this or that or whatever. So just making a well-rounded decision, because that's concerning to me. Not that we're not, because I don't know if we are, but I want to be sure that those steps have been taken. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowles, and I apologize.
I do have one question then. With regards to the interview process, especially, can you walk me through the types of positions that we have who get to interview candidates for this position, I guess? Like, what do we pull from different fields? Do we bring in, who are the stakeholders that we bring in for this interview position?
In general speaking, again, I would want to make sure we're staying on topic for this purpose. We do have a process that we follow. Dr. Hernandez worked very closely with Human Resources. We posted the position. I think the position may have been posted for at least, we have to post for a minimum of 5 days. I believe it was posted for 2 to 3 weeks. We then go through a screening process. We have multiple people that screen based off of a screening, and we look at the application, the full application that's fully submitted. We then get a group of stakeholders together that's comprised of our internal administrators, classified. We'll get people from the district office, people from schools, community stakeholders. We then hold rounds of interviews, and there are times when we go to a round 2. This particular situation started with a round 1. It also then had a final interview with our superintendent alongside Dr. Hernandez. Dr. Hernandez, is there anything else you'd like to add as part of the interview process for this position?
Certainly, thank you for the opportunity to speak on the interview panel that we had selected. We had representation from both of our schools with gifted programs from the principalship. Our pre-K director was able to attend. Our executive director of community education was able to attend. We had 6, I believe, principals who attended. Principals were selected who had program at their school specific to the special education component. And we had several representatives from the academic services leadership team representing learning and teaching, assessment and research. And I'm probably forgetting someone, so sorry, but we had a very strong panel of expertise from the areas representing the oversight from this specific position.
Was there any special education teachers on that panel, or?
Just our principals with the specialized program, who this person will be working shoulder to shoulder with to improve the academic outcomes for the students at their schools.
Okay. Thank you for answering. That's the only questions I had.
I want to be clear that in my rush to make a motion, it's not because I'm rushing through or just doing what's on the agenda. It's because questions are asked before, and also exercising my trust and faith in Dr. Hernandez, who was integral in this interview process and who this employee will be a direct report to. That being said, I motion to approve the administrative appointment for the Executive Director of Exceptional Student Services position as presented.
I'll second that.
We have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mr. Sandoval. Ms. Airy, will you take us through a voice vote?
Absolutely. President Proudfit.
Yes.
Mr. Sandoval.
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing.
Yes.
Mrs. Rooks.
No.
Motion passes with 3 yeses. Moving on to 4.3. Discussion surrounding the temporary suspension of liquidated damages under policy GCQC. Turn the time over again to Ms. Vesley.
Thank you, President Prophet, members of the board. This item here this afternoon is to extend the suspension of liquidated damages. We want to extend it through September 30th. That gives us time to bring the second read back to you, which we are planning to do on August 8th for a vote. And should we need to extend past that, we want to provide that opportunity and continue that commitment to our educators that we are suspending that until we can get to the final vote for this policy.
Are there any questions surrounding this?
I just want to make the clarification and just making sure that I understand this. All we're doing tonight is just extending the time frame, and so it's not really any discussion and so forth. So I just wanted to confirm and clarify that. So thank you.
That is correct. We will be bringing the second read back in August.
Any other questions, comments? Okay. I motion to approve the extension of the temporary suspension of liquidated damages under policy GCQC for both certified staff and administrators through September 30th, 2024.
I will second.
We have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Rooks.
President Proudfit.
Yes.
Mr. Sandoval.
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing.
Yes.
Mrs. Rooks.
Yes.
Motion passes with 4 yeses. Moving on to 4.4. Discussion and possible action to authorize inspection of confidential employee records. Dr. Summers, do you want to?
President Proudfit, governing board members, as part of our background for this item, in accordance with governing board policy GBJ, governing board members may inspect the confidential staff records of employees when the majority of the board approves a motion to allow the governing board members to inspect the confidential employee record. This action item is currently a motion for the governing board to consider whether to inspect the confidential staff records of Ms. Landa Tartaglio.
Thank you. Board members, questions? Oh yes, there's public comments. We have Janelle Bowles.
Jeff's going to take my place and I'm going to swap.
Okay.
Repeat each other.
Okay. So Mr. Jeff Toby first.
Yes, good afternoon. I'll just be real quick with this. So state law basically outlines the duties of the board, and I think that we should examine policy as far as the need to get a vote to get a public record. So me as a civilian, I can get the public record of an employee file, obviously minus the public information or the private information, but this should be something that the board should have access to as a part of statute. As an extension of the legislature, I mean, you're not just buying furniture and approving curriculum. You guys, by legislative authority, are enforcing and prescribing rules and enforcing when those rules are violated by administrators, principals, or teachers. You guys are the final authority, and you guys lend that authority to the professional staff oftentimes, but it's ultimately rests with the body. So you also have the ability legally to inspect records because you guys are responsible for prescribing and enforcing rules on public record retention. So this policy seems a little bit moot, that you guys have to, vote and then endure public comment from me as far as, why you need to be able to inspect the record. You guys are governing elected officials. You guys should be able to access those records minus the public or the private information, just like I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowles, are you ready, or do you want me to?
I'm just going to cut to the chase, and that is, it's taken a long, as some would say in the West, a long drink of water to get some of these records. And I would 100% agree with what Jeff is saying. The board makes that decision. We shouldn't have to wait for a vote from you for us to get public records. That's why it's public records, right? So I won't keep, repeating that. I guess I wanted to, and this has to do with the specifics for Landa and public records. I want to know if, I've been being told that she was a member of the union, and I've not heard, now I know you guys don't have anything to do with the union records and all that, so I haven't heard anything in helps that she is getting from Ms. Trinaberg or whoever is in charge with, the union, and I would like, maybe if the board can just ask that question and get back to us, because I know you don't make those choices or decisions, but I just wanted to bring that out there that it's never been brought up. Thank you.
And our last public comment is Becky Smith.
I'm just really confused on why there's so much secrecy and sketchiness about this whole Landa issue. It's really weird. Why would the board not want to have information on why someone was put on leave? If there's some confusion going on, that's kind of your job, is to get to the bottom of the problem. This screams that as a board, that you don't believe in transparency or you don't believe in working together to solve problems. Like, it's weird. I'm dumbfounded by the skating around of this issue that's gone on, for how long it's gone on, and being unwilling to address it. It literally sends the message that there's something very fishy going on. It does not send a good message. So.
Thank you. Board members, does anyone want to kick off discussion of this?
Okay, so the request for the records, so first off, anytime there's we do have board policy that talks about grievances and so forth. So anytime for any particular employee, anyone makes a complaint, there is a specific due process that is followed, and or specific processes that are followed, and those take time, and it would be inappropriate for the board to interfere in that process, as it could interfere with the integrity of that process. And typically, this is all in our policy, is that the board doesn't take any action, is not brought into that unless it reaches a level that the board is in need of taking some sort of action with regards to that employee. So I feel like our board in general didn't really understand what were the processes and the ask that we needed to give in order to get the information that we wanted. And so we landed with taking a look at the personnel folders. We landed with this one and the employee records. And I don't think that the action to review the employee records is going to give us the answer that we want. And in addition to that, it opens up a precedence that I think is very, it's not a good precedence that we set out to all of our employees. But the main thing is it's not going to give us the answer that we want. And I can say that's why it was really important to have a conversation with the lawyers on, hey, what does this process look like? And tell me a little bit more about the process. And so I just think that it would not be good to go forward with any sort of recommended action on this item because it's not going to get to the information that we're wanting, and that there are other avenues to do that.
So, President Profit, if I may, sorry.
Yes.
I would tend to disagree with the part of having it to be integrity. As a governing board member, we need to be aware of the decisions that we are making, and making sure that we do have integrity when we are given that kind of information. I think that it actually, for me, I'm more of I need to research, I need to understand, I need to ask questions, and I can't do any of that if I don't have all the information. So, and it's not necessarily that you're, jumping to conclusions or jumping over a grievance process. I see it more as you are being aware and you are seeking the information for clarity, I think is ultimately what I see it as a governing board member. I want to be able to understand, and I can't understand if I don't have the information in front of me. It's not necessarily that it's going to persuade one decision from another of a grievance process. It's more of, okay, I need to be able to see what is going on. And sometimes reading through that is just a first step. It's not necessarily like we're requesting, confidential staff records of this employee. That's the only thing we're going to do. We can do other steps along the way to where then if it does become that final decision of a grievance process, that we at least then did all of the steps of collecting all of the information of what has been going on through the whole entire time. So I see it as I have enough integrity to know that I'm not going to jeopardize any type of grievance process. I'm going to take it as, okay, I've researched this. I'm able to ask questions based off of what I've read. I guess that's where I've kind of, my thought process on it. So I don't know, I'll let the rest of the board go.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, for me, it's, I come from a lens of compassion for Landa more than anything else. And the high level of importance that the district puts on the confidentiality and maintaining the confidentiality of our associates, identity, et cetera. I mean, this individual's so employed by the district. And I mean, there is a process where, in fact, I supported, to have a subsequent meeting to get an update, right? So that said, in that process, Landa will have the opportunity to express whether or not she wants this to be in a public forum or not. So I haven't heard that. So for me, it's just honoring the district's high-level importance that it puts on confidentiality as it relates to its associates, and out of compassion for Landa as well, without understanding that she wants these files, out out in the public, or, again, I haven't heard from her that she wants these files, open. So that said, I'm certainly not in support of this.
But we're not voting on giving confidential staff files to the public. We're voting to see it. And I know that to me, I follow the law, it's confidential. We don't talk about it. We don't share it with anybody. Like that is something that I have enough to go off of. Like, it's supposed to be for their own discernment of the board. And I would hope that everybody up here would know that that is confidential, and we're only voting for the confidentiality staff records of Landa to be given to the board, and that we would be, I would hope that we would all know that it's confidential and not to share it with the public. That's what I'm understanding with the public background on this information.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that, and I'm absolutely in line with you with regard to upholding the governance around this seat, right, from a confidentiality perspective. But again, I mean, I think, as we take a look at that subsequent meeting, being in and around an update regarding this situation, I think that's where, we'll get a lot of that information. So again, I just come from a lens of compassion for Landa more than anything else. Thank you.
And having compassion is also, I mean, we've heard from community members that they want us to take responsibility. They want us to do something. They want to see transparency with the board. And I think that this is a first step if we're showing compassion for Landa. So, go ahead.
President Proudfoot, if I may speak. If you go back to look at our policies, and I think and it's maybe not even in the policies, but a typical procedure, and correct me if I'm wrong on this or jump in, Dr. Summers, but the typical procedure if a board wanted more information around a scenario that they would ask to have, they would make their request to have an executive session in regards to the personnel, which is what was requested at the last meeting by Ms. Rooks and seconded by Mr. Sandoval. And then there would be you'd have to get permission from that individual first, and then information would be given during that executive session. And if the board at that point in time felt like they needed additional information, then there could be discussion and action around the vote to view the employees' files. But that's where I go back to, what is the board really looking for? Is this going to provide the information in a manner that is going to give us all of those answers, and that is going to give I just don't think that process, I feel like we're doing it backwards. So that's where I come from, that I don't think that the employee records is going to get us the information that we need at this point in time.
Well, I would tend to disagree, because if we get the confidential staff records before that future agenda item request that I requested in Sandoval's second to have an executive session with the employee, like we're doing our due diligence to look at what's going on first in the confidential staff records, and then we can ask questions later on when that does take place. That's the way that I kind of see it. So we're not walking in blind.
Okay, I just want to be very clear with everything that's been talked about here. Last board meeting, there was already a motion and a request and a second made for an executive session. That stands. So when we're talking about the confidential employee records, typically that's done in conjunction with an executive session, again, to protect the integrity of specifically confidential records that you're requesting. Different from a personnel file, which can be publicly requested. There does not need to be any board approval for that. But when we talk about being after, to Melissa's point, the information that it seems like we're trying to get to here is of a confidential nature, so it has to be tied. Or in my mind, I would never approve that outside of an executive session. That being said, so I just want to make sure that I word this correctly, being that we are already going to be entering into an executive session in regards to Landa. Would it be a motion for a separate executive session prior to the personnel executive session to view the confidential documents? Can that be addended to include the same, like Because I get what you're saying, it's backwards a little bit.
The potential motion for the board's consideration attached to this item would simply be to take action to view the confidential employee record to the degree that how we execute that reveal of those employee records, likely within an executive session, that would be the step to follow. So the reason why this action is the way that it is designed right now, or the consideration of this action, is specifically because this is from policy GBJ. This is the action that has to be agreed upon by the board. So we cannot have individual board members requesting to see a file independent of a board vote. That's the only thing you're voting on at this point.
So,
Or
I guess-
considering.
So clarity, you brought up, President Proudfit, that could the confidential staff records, or would the confidential staff records be in that future agenda item of an executive session? Would that be all in there, or?
The simplest answer is yes. That's where it would occur.
It's not that I don't want to take your word for it. It's just that I don't want what to happen is I don't want to get to that executive session and then be told, oh, sorry, like, you're not allowed to see the records. I want like a definite.
Well, Mrs. Rooks, not to interrupt, but that's the purpose of this potential vote.
Okay.
I can't pull the rug out from underneath you. If you all take the vote that says you want to see the record, then you'll see the record.
Okay.
That's why the vote comes back to how this agenda item is designed. So,
Okay.
potential vote.
So I wanted to make a motion then to inspect the confidential staff record of Landa how do you say her name?
Tartaglio.
Tartaglio. Thank you. That would be the motion then I would like to make on the floor.
So real quick, just to be clear, Dr. Summers, what you're saying is that the upcoming executive session that's tied to an update, right, on Ms. Tartaglio will include the employee records, or only if we approve this line item this evening, it'll include the records?
Correct. Exactly the way you just said it.
Okay.
Do I need to restate, just because I understand there's a little bit still of confusion, but all you are taking action on right now, potential action on, based on this initial motion, if it's seconded, is to view the employee records, or you can say you don't. That's okay too. It's just really the
Well, I mean,
purview
for
of the board.
me, I mean, I would support this if it was, and I think Mrs. Rooks might have stated this, is that if it is in conjunction with that executive session, not outside of it.
So to be clear, that is where the viewing of the record would occur,
Okay.
is in an
That
executive
was,
session.
that's my only hesitation, then I will second. I just wanted, thank you
Okay.
for that, because that was what I was wanting to clarify, was just that additional language of in conjunction with the personnel executive session.
Okay, let's make sure we have that motion captured
So sorry,
effectively.
Ms. Harry.
So what I want, again, let's make sure we get it before we go any further.
But we still have one motion with no second. So
Well, I just heard a second.
President
I'm
Proudfit
sorry.
second.
Okay.
Yeah, President Proudfit and members of the board, the motion that I have is to inspect the confidential staff record of Landa Tartaglio.
In conjunction with in conjunction with a future executive session.
In conjunction with a future executive session.
Did
Yeah,
I
so
did I capture that effectively?
I'll motion to amend in conjunction with the executive session of Landa.
I will second the amendment.
Okay, so you're we just need some training, I think, on Robert's rules. So really the amendment is not necessary based on the way the original motion. If you could restate it one more time, Ms. Airy.
President Proudfit, Dr. Summers, the motion that I have written by Mrs. Rooks is to inspect the confidential staff record of Landa Tartaglio in conjunction with a future executive session.
Ms. Rooks, to clarify, that was your original intent?
Yes, that was my original intent, and so I was
President
confused
Proudfit
with
is
what you're saying
seconding.
amendment.
Correct.
So,
Okay.
President Proudfit, second.
Yes.
okay.
May I run us through a voice vote? President
Yes,
Proudfit.
please.
President Proudfit.
Yes.
Mr. Sandoval.
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing.
No.
Mrs. Rooks.
Yes.
Motion passes with 3 yeses. Moving on to 4.5, the Human Resource Report. Sorry. Turn the time over to Ms. Vesley.
Good evening. This does feel a little awkward because typically our HR board report is on the consent agenda, but because this is a unique study session, executive session, and a small board session, we are bringing this forward tonight for your approval.
Board members, any questions or comments? Mr. Sandoval? No?
Nope.
I do.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that. If we're going to be having an executive session on a particular individual that is on the HR report, I just want to bring that to everyone's attention. If we would want to approve everyone else and then pull that off until we have that, or if we're going to go forward with it. So I just want to bring that to everyone's awareness, because it seems weird to have an executive session on an individual who we're also approving them for a position, so.
If I may.
Yeah, I was going to go to Summers.
Okay. So sort of. I think, and this is where I'm trying to be really cautious of how to best communicate this relative to the executive session, in which itself there is no necessary action that the board is going to have to take within that executive session. So if the question is, how does this action relate to the executive session, the answer is, it doesn't. And without going into all of the details of where we are relative to the current recommendation for assignment of Ms. Tartaglio, that in and of itself is its own action. The desire to go into executive session is its own action. So the two really don't correlate. While I understand there's a question of what are the implications of that, the implications really aren't necessarily within the lens of the recommendation of the reassignment that is currently listed on that employee action report. So I hope that can clarify as best it can.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Okay. I'm being hogged. All right, I will motion to approve the Human Resources Report as presented.
I'll second that.
We have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mr. Sandoval.
President Proudfit.
Yes.
Mr. Sandoval.
Yes, sorry.
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing.
Yes. I'm sorry, yes. Did I say yes at the wrong time? I'm sorry, yes.
Mrs. Rooks.
No.
Motion passes with 3 yeses. Moving on to 4.6. Approval to add cooperative contract GPPCS 25-001 special education contracted services. Turn the time over to Ms. Myers.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'll ask for agenda item 4.6 to please be launched so we can see it on the screen. And good afternoon/evening, President Proudfit, members of the governing board, and Dr. Summers, Today, administration has 3 procurement agenda items for consideration and approval related to cooperative contracts for special education providers and contracted employees to support students in the district, as well as students who have an individualized education program, or IEP. These types of cooperative contracts are normally part of the consent agenda and are part of our normal regular board meetings. Due to the timing of the next governing board meeting, which is scheduled for August 8th, administration is bringing forward 3 time-sensitive cooperative contracts as part of the action items included in today's special governing board meeting. Approval of the cooperative contracts will allow the district to have staff and required student supports in place for the beginning of the new school year. And so with that, we have agenda item 4.6 on the screen. And this first contract, cooperative contract GPPCS 25-001, Special Education Contracted Services. This contract offers special education qualified vendors to provide contracted services for Peoria Unified students. 24 of 60 awarded vendors are included in this agenda item for approval for use in the Peoria Unified School District, and the estimated annual expenditure is $2 million a year. And with that, administration has a recommended action on the agenda item.
Thank you. Board members, questions or comments? I motion to approve and ratify the addition of GPPCS 25-001 Special Education Contracted Services for the period of 1 year and renewable for up to 4 additional 1-year extensions.
I will second.
We have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Ewing. Please take us through a voice vote.
President Proudfit.
Yes.
Mr. Sandoval.
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing.
Yes.
Mrs. Rooks.
Yes.
Motion passes with 4 yeses. Moving on to 4.7, approval to add cooperative contract SAVE 24.001 Special Education and Other Substitute Services. Ms. Myers.
Thank you. Good evening. Again, President Proudfit, members of the governing board. The second contract is Cooperative Contract SAVE 24.001 Special Education and Other Substitute Services. Again, a very similar background that I shared with the first action item earlier in the agenda, and this contract will offer special education qualified vendors to provide services within the Peoria Unified School District to support our students. 32 out of 80 awarded vendors are included in this agenda item for approval for use in the district with an estimated annual cost of $4 million. Administration has a recommendation for a motion within the body of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, questions, comments?
Nope.
I motion to approve and ratify the addition of SAVE 24.001 Special Education and Other Substitute Services for the period of 1 year and renewable for up to 4 additional 1-year extensions.
I'll second that.
We have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mr. Sandoval. Take us through a voice vote.
President Proudfit.
Yes.
Mr. Sandoval.
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing.
Yes.
Mrs. Rooks.
Yes.
Motion passes with 4 yes. Moving on to 4.8, Cooperative Contract SAVE 25-5201-003-5. Ms. Myers.
Thank you. President Proudfit, members of the governing board, this third cooperative contract, SAVE 25-5201-003-5, is in place to provide contracted services for special education students. And again, it will support districts throughout the entire it will support students rather throughout the entire district. 24 out of 25 awarded vendors are included in this agenda item for approval for use within Peoria Unified with an estimated annual expenditure of $1.2 million. And again, there is a recommended motion within the body of the agenda. Thank you.
Board members, questions, comments? I motion to approve and ratify the addition of SAVE 25-5201-003-5 for the period of 1 year and renewable for up to 4 additional 1-year extensions.
I was second.
We have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Ewing.
President Proudfit,
Yes.
Mr. Sandoval,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Rooks.
Yes.
Motion passes with 4 yeses. Moving on to 5.1, adjournment. I move that we adjourn this meeting at 5:13 p.m.
I will second.
We have a motion made by myself, a second made by Mrs. Rooks.
President Proudfit,
Yes.
Mr. Sandoval,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Rooks.
Yes.
Motion passes. Meeting is adjourned. Thanks for sticking with us.